Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, cheeseburgers. I mean, butter muffins.
Butter muffins.
Yeah, there we go. Buttermuff. Skippity paps.
Oh man. All right. You wanna go, mommy? Come on. I'm gonna give this disclaimer multiple times before we get the stream started. If you are sensitive, Brother Andre put the disclaimer up. Please exit stage right. Or you can go to the left, or you can just jump off the damn stage, but get off the stage.
For your own good.
For your own good. This is the day of going in.
Yes, sir. Brothers, what feast day did we just get? I mean, are we in unleavened bread? Because this is what I do at unleavened bread. I eat bread.
I'm like, hey, brothers, is it unleavened bread right now? Yes? Huh.
Are we going to be cut off? Oh, well.
Hey, son, it's unleavened bread.
Leavened bread for everybody, huh?
Yes.
Pass it around.
At unleavened bread, family, let's have communion. Bring the bread.
Oh, shoot.
They asked me, what'd you do for unleavened bread, brother? At the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. I ate bread, cake, donuts,
Biscuits and gravy.
peanut butter and jelly every day.
Yes, sir. Man.
I'm telling you. Exit
Hey,
stage
brother.
right if you're sensitive.
Yes, sir. Hey, brother Ronnie. Yeah, we dropping them today, man. We some cold-blooded mother suckers. We like Rick James.
Bro, Jay Moore said, love my zero fucks given shirts, HOQ. Thanks, brother.
Hallelujah, brother. Appreciate you. Wear them with pride, brother. They do get attention now. I remember one day I went to Win Dixie. I saw a bunch of folks just pointing and looking like. Yeah.
I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna hop off and come back in because FY is continuing to freeze on my screen. So I think I might be probably having some signal issues. I'll be right back.
All right.
Hi, Mommy.
Hi. Oh, he said hi, Mommy. We are past time for all this sensitivity.
Yes, sir. That's the kind of stuff, like you said earlier. That's the kind of stuff that's gonna get people hurt. Meaning, they're not gonna be able to survive. So I totally got what you were saying. That sensitive stuff, it don't help the people at all.
It don't. It really don't. I was just telling the brothers, Brother Andre and Brother David, you know, I'm gonna wait till I get quite a few more people come in the room so I can give this disclaimer one time and one time only. Just a little the days of your friendly neighborhood following Yeshua are over. I'm not your neighborhood corner store. If you came here and you're not looking for reality, if you're not looking for I'm not talking about I'm gonna be rude or I'm gonna cuss you out or nothing like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, I was just telling them, there's times where you want to say something like, brothers, time, or you say this, brothers, times are getting really bad right now, and you really should get your stuff together. When you really just want to say, if you ain't heeding the warnings from y'all, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
So I say it the other way. We say it the other way to kind of give y'all the understanding that you want to get your stuff together. But what it does is that I feel that by not telling y'all exactly how it is inside of me and how exactly it is inside of us, you don't move in urgency because you think, well, he didn't come with it, real, so it must not be that urgent.
Hey.
It's urgent. I'm giving it to my family urgently right now. I mean, I've been giving it to my family urgently for a while, so this ain't nothing new. I mean, with what's going on in the world, it's not really changing my plan on how I'm doing stuff. There's none. You got to have an understanding right now. If you want stuff real freely and laid out, and you want somebody to hold your hand, I can refer you to a couple ministries. Well, they'll do that for you. If you want somebody to help you build your house and build your family, I can refer you to a bunch of trees that are out there. But if you want to be the patriarch of your home, if you want to lead your home, if you want preeminence of your household, if you want to do, that's right, HOQ, it's called harsh love, i.e. reality. If you want, some of y'all can handle that. I mean, we had a conversation with Unique Taste of Soul. And it's not often that brothers come out and say, hey, just keep it real with me. It's not often that brothers say that. Hey, there's some things going on. I need some just some understanding on things. And he said, keep it real. And we kept it real. And he didn't say, oh my gosh, my feelings are hurt. Oh gosh.
He didn't say y'all some cold-hearted mother suckers.
That's right. He didn't say we were cold-hearted mother suckers. He said, thank you. Thank you. And that's what we need. Too many of you brothers want to be babysat. You want somebody to sit with you and hold your hand, to shepherd you through the wilderness. That shit crazy. There's Brother Alex. Open rebuke is better than secret love. Sometimes you have to have it. I love you, brother, but you need to un-F yourself. Right. And that open rebuke does not mean you go out and tell everybody what somebody did. That's not open rebuke. You don't go and blast it out from the pulpit to say, I'm openly rebuking you. Open rebuke is you don't hold it back.
Right.
You don't rebuke the person inside of your mind. How many times have y'all done that? Somebody do something stupid, and you're rebuking them inside your head. You're rebuking them to your wives. You're rebuking them to your friends, but you don't go to the person and openly rebuke them. That's what open rebuke means. It don't mean go to your favorite YouTube channel and tell everybody it's crap out there. Well, he did this and he did that and he did this and he did that. I'm openly rebuking him. Too many. That's right, Brother Alex. It means you plainly speak to the brother. That's exactly what it means, brother. J.A. Dudley, Shabbat Shalom.
J-Dub.
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 Bless you, Nick Taste of Soul. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Tuba, Shabbat Shalom. Yes, sir. Well, it's hard to say I'm getting ready for the dark winter. Oh, God. Are you looking at Brother Andre right now on your phone? He's got a bottle in his mouth.
Man.
Wow. This is so crazy.
Because we got some babies that need to be bottle fed.
Hey, I guess
Hey,
the only
brother.
thing
You know what's the women at? I'm trying to increase my house.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Ridiculous.
Looking for the nipples.
Right. Got some more? Okay. I'm about to give my son some more unleavened bread. Praise y'all. This is not the feast of unleavened. I mean, I'm gonna give him some leavened bread. This is super leavened, but it's the feast of. This is not the feast of unleavened bread, so you can eat it, son. Go ahead, enjoy it, bud.
Hey, you mean if it was the feast of unleavened bread, you wouldn't be throwing down on a fat cheeseburger?
No.
Hey, bro, I wonder if and you feel like I'm cold-blooded because I tell you or clown on you. If you were to do that, would you feel like I'm cold-blooded?
No. Hey.
I mean, we've all come on these streams and told you specific stuff about each one of us where we were wrong and we were in sin.
Yes, sir.
We don't even mention people's names that do stuff unless they in some way come and attack us. Otherwise, hey, because the eating leavened bread on feast of unleavened bread is not synonymous to one person. We're talking about the behavior of men as a whole.
Right. And it's funny those who have the right hearts understand the metaphor and they get it, and they actually are pricked to the point of repentance, but not pricked to the point of y'all some cold-blooded. Anyway.
All with certain people because people want to have their hands held. They want you to spend as much time telling them what it is that they can do to preserve themselves, and they want to go and screw everything up and then turn back around and get mad at you.
Yep.
When we tried to help you in love, we took time, hours and hours and hours and hours trying to help. To have you have an offense at us because you did something, because you tried to duck having the feast with us. Because had you had the feast with us, we would not have been eating unleavened bread. Brothers, Passover this year. Brother Frank, Brother Ronnie, did anybody slip up and eat Domino's pizza during unleavened bread?
No, sir. Nope.
And then, if you did slip up and eat a Domino's pizza, which didn't happen, when we told you, hey, it's feast of unleavened bread. If you said, oh man, oh, for real, brother?
Man.
It's the feast of unleavened bread?
You mean?
Gosh, unleavened bread. You mean I'm not supposed to be eating unleavened bread? What would have happened, brothers, if that happened? Just tell me, Brother Ronnie, Brother Frank, if y'all were eating unleavened bread or leavened bread and we called you on it, hey, you just ate a donut and you said, oh man, and finished it, what do you think we as brothers would have said to you?
We'd have clowned you hard. I'm talking about for real, like, nigga, you ain't serious about nothing.
Do you think that we would have told you, hey, just pack your shit up and go home? Brother Ronnie, Brother Frank, do you think we would have told you, pack your shit up and go home? For real?
Yeah, I think you'd run the risk of that for real.
Yep.
You ain't serious. Because at that point, Brother Ronnie said, bye, nigga. Because at that point, If you were looking at my wife and lusting, what's to stop you from continuing to lust?
Right. And it's funny how that, when we think about it, it's funny how these same people's level of preparedness very closely mirrors or mimics that same, it displays that same attitude, that same utter lack of seriousness. Hey, brothers, y'all hold me accountable now. Don't let me slip up in this way or that way. Y'all love me enough to do that, right? I'm asking y'all, I'm pleading with you. Hey, brothers, I'll see y'all later. Or actually, it ain't even that. You didn't even get it. I'll see you later. You just find out. Nope. Hey, why is brother such and such over here? I thought this land over here. Well, you know, Honey Dip called. We gonna try it again.
And it's like they don't even consider how much it hurt us to have to know, because we as brothers, we love our brethren. So when something's befallen a brother, that hurts us also. That disturbs us also. We invest time and effort and love because we want to see you become the best person that you can be. So when we invest in prayers and time and sleep and all these things because we want to see you be the best man that you can be, and you're selling yourself out. We want to see you become the best you can be, and we said that. And you sell yourself out and then try to duck and dodge us who want to see the best from you. So yeah, that hurts. That hurt. Because I want to see, all of us want to see the best out of each other. As men, as fathers, as husbands, as brides to the Father, brides to Yah. We want to see the best out of each other, which is why we encourage, which is why we iron sharpens iron, which is why we say, hey, we will be accountable to you, brother. But part of that accountability is you being accountability to the brotherhood. Yep. What about that accountability? So if we step up and do our job, then shouldn't you step up and do yours? If we say we'll take the responsibility of making sure, brother, that, you know, we any way we can, we'll try and help you. And then we try and help you and you get bothered because you're hanging around flimsy dudes. Who didn't even correct the situation. Nobody in the whole group said, hey, y'all, this is the feast. You trying to tell me that you hung around a bunch of brothers for the feast and nobody knew it was the feast?
And then when somebody actually remembered it, they was like, hey brothers, I think this is, and I think we just got, you know, we just traveled together for the feast of unleavened bread.
That's crazy.
Wound up eating croutons, biscuits, cheeseburgers, left with empty plates. Clean.
There it is. Look at
plates.
Look at what Brother Frank said. And they laughed about it.
Yep.
They laughed about the eating of the bread, and now they're offended because we laughing.
Right.
Hey, well, technically, remember the people. Some of the people wasn't even going to say anything. The new guy just flipped up and happened to ask, "Hey, brothers, what would happen if you ate some bread on unleavened bread?" And you know, we looking around like, "Huh?"
Like, please don't tell me that's what happened.
Like, we really wasn't. I'm gonna tell you something. When I heard the first ask, I wasn't thinking about it that hard because I was like, then something just hit me and say, that's a wild ass question. So then we start probing. We like, well, what you mean? Like, you ate some bread? Well, brother, you know, we had dinner, we had hamburgers or cheeseburgers and salads and croutons and biscuits and everything. I'm like, what? On unleavened bread? Well, brother, will we be cut off?
Oh, brother Andre, go ahead. I'm sorry. You were cutting out. I thought you were done. I'm sorry, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he. I remember the brother's like, will I be cut off? Will we be cut off? And we just looking in amazement, like, did you just say you ate a hamburger, nigga? You out of all of the feast days, you pick unleavened bread to eat bread that's leavened.
And then one of y'all asked, that's what I was like, hey, Bible says you're gonna get cut off. That's what the book says. And then one of y'all brothers said, it might have been you, Brother David, who said, oh, so when you realized it was unleavened bread, y'all stopped eating, right? And they're looking at each other like, well, and I'm like, for reals, come on, y'all. Come on. Well, we paid for it, so we just finished it off real quick.
Damn.
That's like, hey, brothers, it's unleavened bread. It is? Yeah, it's unleavened bread.
That's wild, bro.
Up for the waiter. Can I get another round? Cheeseburgers for everybody.
Oh Lord.
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
Man. Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I hate to say it like this, but I haven't laughed so hard in a long time until that day came. It was y'all remember it was almost the evening, and they was just like they was cheerful. They head wasn't hung down low. They wasn't trying to be in a sackcloth of ashes or nothing. Just full.
Sister Elaine said, and the quickness in which it was eaten is supposed to eliminate the reproach? Right. I would have fell on my knees crying in the middle of the restaurant. Pleading.
Let them tell us the only reproach is us laughing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was it.
Anyway.
So here's what I'm saying right now. If you one of them sensitive cats, please leave the channel.
For your own sake.
Your own sake.
I put my wine in there. This was sensitive dudes. Woo!
I'm not dealing with sensitive dudes no more. I'm not. Here's another thing I want to be known on this channel. I saw Sister Amy, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Amy, yes, they had the feast, and I just found out that somebody's still offended because we keep mentioning it. But I wasn't the one that ate leavened bread during the feast of what was the point of y'all coming together? Hey, we came together to celebrate Passover and unleavened bread. So what did you have to eat? A double
cheeseburgers,
German chocolate cake.
Oh man.
Hey.
That's like being in Walmart stealing something and being like, hey, thou shalt not steal. Let me just put this shit in my pocket and I'll worry about that the next time I go to Walmart.
Man.
So let it be said, I'm saying it right now. I am no longer putting myself out there to help people that don't want help. If you come and ask a question, brother, how do I take away my reproach and yada, yada, yada? Well, sister, you should get married. You should get married, find yourself a husband. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom, Sister Shekinya. You should find a husband, submit to him, obey him, join a man's house as a servant if you have to, but get yourself covered. If you come back in 3 months and say, brother, Well, what do I have to do? I'm not answering your bullshit question anymore because it's bullshit now. I'm just being real.
Die alone.
I'm gonna start telling y'all the truth. You're gonna die alone with a cat. Felix the cat. But the time of y'all, some of y'all be playing games so long. Men, y'all be playing games too damn long with your family, salvation, and then you want to go around and screw your crap up, screw everything that you're doing up, and then you want somebody to bail you out.
Yep.
I'm gonna be truthful with you. I'm gonna be truthful and honest with you. Hey, and if you can't, just be real. If you can't take the answer, there's a lot of online churches. Doesn't TBN have a call-in time where you can call in and ask them your hyper Christian, spiritual, westernized question and get a real westernized Christian answer from what Pat Roberson or Joel Osteen? You can go to those people.
Yeah.
Some of us are serious about our faith. Some of us are serious about our walk. And if you're not serious about your faith, your marriage, your family, your homestead, coming out of her, we ain't gonna be able to communicate with each other.
Facts.
There ain't nothing for me
We're
to say to
cool
you.
with it.
Right. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I was just saying that we're cool with that. So you may as well be too. We will not be offended at all.
If I hit you with a message like, hey, what's going on? Oh, I ain't talking to you, brother, because cool. No offense. No offense. I understand, brother. It's not for everybody. You know what? Maybe you might have more progress on your walk if you stop listening to people who are real.
Yes, sir.
Whatever.
Hey, I like what Benny Yah said. He said some of the people now are weekend Israelites.
Oh man,
that's true.
And really, that's a great comment, because really, what does it mean to be Israel? What does it mean to be in this faith? One thing we're discovering and realizing, and we're going to hit on and talk about a little bit tonight, that don't even mean the same thing to everyone. Obviously, apparently, because some people think they're Israel and in the faith, but they'll eat, a cheeseburger with extra leaven during the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Hey, can I get some extra grease and leaven on that, please? Could you just load it with sin?
Can you throw on a slice of bacon? But hide it.
Well.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
We passed all that. I'm past all that. I can't. All the emails in the world. Now, this is not for you newcomers. If you're a newcomer to the channel, this is not for you. You are free to ask your questions. I will not be angry by it. I will not be offended by it. I would love to answer it because it may help answer other questions newcomers have. I'm not talking about the newcomers. Bless y'all. I'm talking about y'all that have been listening to this stuff for weeks or for months and even years, and you still have the same question. What is a single sister supposed to do? Die.
Yep. Or all the ones that ask the question 759 ways every week or every month. It ain't changing. The word is not changing. The answer don't change.
Yep.
So just go with your own program. It's fine.
What you gotta do. Or if you're a sister, I can point you to some pastor nobodies who can whisper sweet nothings in your ear, give you their personal email account so you can email, so you could possibly go to his house and die.
Yep. Give you a fountain of
I'm not
answers.
playing no more. Yep. If you want sweet nothings, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
If you want fake brotherhood where nobody's accountable to nobody, you know what? Here's the thing that's funny. The same person that's complaining, that's saying that we cold mother suckers, is the same person that was here. Remember, y'all, when I had a little bit too much alcohol to drink during a fire session, I almost fell in the fire too. Ebony saved me from possibly
he was
dying.
almost crispy crunch.
Yes, sir.
I remember that.
I went to the tent, and get at the tent, brother. At the tent. Hold on. Brother David
now.
and Brother Andre were at the tent. And they told me, they corrected me on my.
He frozen now a little bit.
Yeah, he
On
probably
my
had to
end.
come back in. Yep.
Yeah, we'll let him finish telling the story, but we come down on each other all the time. It's respectful, but we just don't spend a whole bunch of time acting like little children or whatever. We just receive it and keep getting up.
Yes, sir. Yep.
You back now, bro, Chris? Oh, go ahead, bro.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say, and we clown on our own selves about it as well.
Oh man.
I mean, hey,
I was just gonna say, y'all was just they kind of played it off a little bit, but like we just wrapped up Tabernacles, and y'all wouldn't believe it. And I'm not saying it with pride; it just totally slipped my mind, man. So the last great day, instead of me chilling on the high Shabbat, I was out there getting some hay. I was picking up some hay. I made like 3 runs 30 miles away one way to go get hay because I was trying to get it for the rest of the year. Well, I wasn't paying attention, and then when I called the brothers, I said, "Hey man, what y'all niggas working on?" You know, they was looking at me like, Brother David had on his hat. He was chill, and when he showed me he was playing a card game, I was like, "What?" And then FY, I could hear him either organizing some pens or something along some kind of something he was organizing, and he was in the room in the house. I was like, something is off here. I said, was the day the high Sabbath or something? They said, yeah, bro. I said, niggas, I was working. They said, did you keep working after you find out? I said, niggas, I just found out when I saw y'all niggas not doing it. But now if I'd have kept on working, I would expect them to rebuke me. I would expect them to clown on me. And if they brought it up on the live, I'd have been like, hey, niggas, I did it. Y'all forgive me. I ain't gonna do that shit no more.
Hey, a couple of streams back, one of the streams we did during Tabernacles, and for those of you who are all here watching, I'm sure when I say it, you'll know exactly what I was talking about. But I was stuck in repeat mode because I was feeling real good. I had too much shine. I had way too much shine. I must have said, because as I often do, I'll go back the next day or rewatch the streams or whatever. I was watching this stuff and like absolute disdain and disgust. Like, dang, niggas, y'all should have told me to shut up. Like, cold red. I almost came to the next stream with some duct tape on my mouth just as a prop.
I was just so happy that I wasn't the only one that does it. I was like, look at Brother David go. Woo! You should say that again, Brother David. Literally. Say it again.
Oh, man.
I was like, why is this nigga so heartfelt tonight? Out of all the nights, this nigga just keeps saying this. Like, I said, I wonder what's up. And I didn't even catch it. And then as time progressed, I saw a cup go up. I said, oh, okay. I got you.
Oh, man.
Brother David was feeling it. That cup was going up. It was like this.
Hey, it went up high. That cup was way up. I was like, okay.
Well, that's some good tea. Oh, that's not tea.
Right. Right.
But that's just how it is. So, I would look real silly if y'all clown on me the next day or we talking or whatever. And now I'm getting back. Now I'm mad. Oh, y'all some cold-hearted. Y'all cold-blooded. How y'all gonna
Right.
talk about me like that? Hey, I remember when I was brush hogging, when I think Brother Andre, you were getting ready to come over here, and I was brush hogging around the house and was backing up, and the part of the brush hog backed into part of the house. I didn't try to hide that or like, hey man, we can't never talk about it. What I do? I talked to y'all brothers about it, and we was laughing, and we still laugh. We talked
Yes,
about it
sir.
on the stream and laugh.
Yes, sir.
Because
And
it
guess
ain't
what?
nothing
He
so
still had to
special
go
about me.
repair it. And you still had to go repair it while you were
Still
laughing.
had to repair. Yes, sir. Yep. Ain't
You know what it is,
ain't no
though, is
time
that
and no room for being sensitive.
when you talk about yourself, it's understanding you're not perfect. And it's also understanding I'm not trying to get up on these streams and make all y'all believe that I'm some perfect man and got it all together.
You know,
I'm killing the outward approach of look at the outward man. It's so clean. Some of y'all are more worried about what people think about you than what you're actually living and what you're actually doing. You can confuse and persuade people externally all day long, but the inward man is jacked up. And for a lot of people, the reason why you do externally stupid stuff is because internally you're jacked up.
man.
It's just lining up. So when things like that happen in my life, when I almost fell in the fire and then Brother David and Brother Andre had to approach me and be like, hey, brother, you were on fire. I was like, I was? Nah, I mean, literally almost on fire. You might have took it a little bit too far because even in your conversation, you were a bit fiery. You know, I was like, oh, guess what that taught me? Maybe I shouldn't drink so much. Now that stuff that Brother David brought did creep up on you quick. It was chill.
It's good and strong. It's like, well, anyway, yeah.
It was chill though. It was chill till it wasn't. Then bam, chill was gone. But how? I mean, some people you can tell they don't even want to repent. It's all about let me look good to everybody else. That's what they're concerned about. Let me look good to everybody else. Let everybody else see me as a great brother. Well, a great brother is not about perfection. It's not about I walk this life out and this relationship out perfectly.
Then you're just a liar.
You just lie.
Hey, I remember after that, nigga, you fasted for a while. Fasted alcohol for a while. I remember that.
6 months.
We was like, we were still, getting a sip every now and then, and you was like, nah, I'm good. And that wasn't because we came down on him or convicted him ourselves. No, that was his own thing between him and Yah.
Yep.
It wasn't my great talking. It wasn't Brother David's great talking. Because we were just chilled in the mug. And we really was not even trying to do all that. Like, I remember Brother David talked to me that morning. He mentioned it early that morning. I was like, damn, nigga. Because you really, I'm going to just say something. This is the thing that me have a problem with. Really, when you love somebody, you don't want to go there stepping on his toes and stuff. And then on his land, oh, hell no. I was thinking to myself, can't we do some other shit? Like, maybe we need to send that a nigga a letter when we leave or something. But, hey, but real brothers, if you really love your brother, you just got to say, hey, man, no offense, man. I ain't trying to be all uppity or in your business, but you was on it a little bit last night, nigga. You almost was like a Cocoa Puff. If one of your reels wasn't propping you up, nigga, you would have been a match like Choco. Just saying. And he received it well. He was like, you know what, brother? Y'all right. He said, he started thinking about it. He walked about 2 or 3 steps and he started thinking, he said, brothers, you right. I'm gonna have to look at that. I'll be thinking on that or whatever and considering. I was like, cool.
At that point, I realized, shit, maybe I don't have control over it. Maybe I need some deliverance. And you want to know what that deliverance was? It wasn't let's go and sing songs and hymns. It was, you know what? Take all the alcohol out of the house. Get rid of it all. I'm going 6 months. I am making a vow to y'all. I am going 6 months without alcohol. I don't care if my brothers are drinking it. I don't care if they having a great time. I don't care if we have fellowship. I ain't drinking it. And after you go about that first week, you're like, shit, why did I say 6 months? Why couldn't I just say like 3 weeks? 3 weeks would have been good, not 6 months.
Yep.
But I broke that connection that I had with alcohol. And I'd never been a drunk. I didn't start drinking alcohol until I was 27.
Man.
So, hey, I had to get over it. There it is, Brother Alex. Discipline. I had to discipline myself.
That's it.
BLK said, I've lost winter jackets drinking. I only drink on Passover. And that was another thing, is that I couldn't even refute what they said because I couldn't remember. How you gonna be like, brothers, I didn't do that. I was like, shit. How'd I get to the tent? When did I get to the tent? There's a problem there. So we're just saying this in an effort to be transparent. There ain't nothing to be ashamed about if you turn from your sin. The only reason you're ashamed is because you're still walking in it.
Yes, sir.
I can tell y'all this. We've shared many things on this channel to let y'all know. We've all come from places. But we can share these stories because our story is a story of overcoming. What Revelation 2 and Revelation 3 talks about, when Yeshua is talking to the 7 churches, he tells them all, because you overcame. Because you overcame, because you overcame. And you know what? Even when you come to this faith, a lot of people think, oh, I came to the faith. I've made it. I overcame. No, you didn't. You just started. Now you're really about to be overcoming or not.
Yep.
There, Brother Jay, there it is. There it is. You have to know inside of you what would cause you to slip. For some of y'all, man, it's pussy. And you haven't recognized that yet. Man, y'all told me to come out. But there's some pussy out there. So instead of coming out and really doing what I gotta do, I'm just gonna delay what I'm doing for an undetermined amount of time. Yes. Do y'all have your house together? Do y'all have your house intact? Because this is all part of keeping your house intact.
Man. These some hard talks. I was gonna say these some hard talks and discussions we have to have with our families. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you gotta be checking in with them, I would say weekly, about their mindset. Me and you should be in a place to where you are stable enough to be able to check on the people who y'all have given you stewardship over. You should be able to check on their mindset and make sure that they are on the same frequency that you are.
Right.
Their mind is made up, no matter what's going on. But if you out of pocket, how can you check and see if your house is intact? How can you check on the mindset of your family? Because they should be having your mind.
Otherwise, you're playing games and wasting time. I don't care how much food you have stored up, how much ammo you have stored up, how much of any other type of resource or provision you may have stored up, but you haven't stored up order and discipline within your own family. Hey, you're wasting time.
Yes, sir.
Man. Y'all gotta stop playing.
Hey, some people know they are one.
No, you good.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you good.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Some brothers won't even engage in that process because y'all know you are one bad conversation or one stern look away from running your wife off. You can't say nothing. You can't tighten anything up because you are 1/4 of a turn of a screw and she about to snap and be gone.
Man.
So instead of doing the remedial work that needs to be done, oftentimes we'll just say, hey, well, let me just back off. Let me just take my hands off the screwdriver then, because she can't take any more pressure. Okay, what do you think is going to happen the moment, you know, and this whole phrase of people talking about stuff hitting the fan, hey, you got scales on your eyes because you've missed it. It already has. It already is hitting the fan. But
Yes,
once
sir.
that starts to trickle down to where your bellies aren't as full as they used to be, you don't have the resources that you're used to having, what does that family unit look like then?
Man. They waiting for shit to hit the fan, and they've already been caked with 3 inches of shit. It done already hit the fan. It's already done sprayed all over you. Everybody else smells it.
Yes, sir.
And you still looking like, when's it going to hit the fan? You late to the party.
The rib got 1 foot in. She got a pinky toe left in the door. That's it. The rest of her is out the door. And you don't even see it's already hit the fan. Your children, wild and unruly, don't listen to whatever you say, but you don't see it's already hit the fan.
Man.
You still waiting for your pastor to give y'all counseling.
Hey, I heard y'all say it earlier. Some people is just one lifestyle change away from their whole family running away from them. Wife, children, everything. If you change one thing inside your home or the way y'all live, and I'm talking about in downside, you know, you just one moment from them being like, nah, we only signed up to live like X, Y, or Z. The moment we don't have cable TV, 5G internet, or you take our cell phones, or we have to get a certain type of car, we have to reduce the size of our home, we out.
Man.
And they know it. Brothers, you know that stuff. You already know it. That's why you ain't really trying that hard. That's why you're not really trying to come out. Period. You already know if you come out, your financial livelihood is gone, and so is your family.
Right.
They're just being real.
So literally, you can't save your house with what Yah has led you to do, and you're going to be complicit in watching your family die because you're afraid of losing your wife. And you know what's going to happen. As soon as the stuff gets hard, I'm trying not to cuss. As soon as the stuff gets hard, she's going to run off with homeboy anyways.
Yep.
I mean, you're better off losing whatever you have to lose for Yah.
Yes, sir.
If it's not going to be there for you, if it's not going to be there to build with you, you're better off losing it for Yah than losing it because she realizes you didn't prepare.
Man.
But homeboy over here did prepare. Oh, homeboy over here is a warlord and is providing for 10 women. Y'all gotta start thinking about this stuff because not being nice, I'm not trying to be nice when I say this. Y'all know you are one decision away from losing everything.
Yep.
Everything.
And you think we lying? Go tell your wife no to something.
Oh man.
You think, oh, that's not me. All right, based on what? Test that out. Let her want something and say no. Tell her to go do something that she didn't want to do and watch her face, watch her countenance. For some of y'all, just tell her to do something, period, because she's so used to running the show, she going to have act a damn fool just because you done told her to do something.
Right.
Tell your children no and watch what happens.
Tell yourself no and watch what happens.
Man, there you go. I don't need to buy that right now. No.
Oh, man.
I don't need to eat that right now. No. I don't need to sit here right now. No. Get up and move. Whatever it is.
Man.
So a lot of y'all are putting your own family in a position. No. Go mommy. A lot of y'all are putting your own families in a position of destruction while you sit back and say you love them. Think about it. What you see happening right now, see, this is why I say I'm not a prepper. I don't wait for bad things to start happening and say, I better start preparing. I'm not preparing for the end of the world. This is the lifestyle that I live. I read the word of Yah, the Bible, and I could get the old paths out of this. Now, here's the thing. When you live the old paths, when you live the way Yah has prescribed in his book, you don't have to be a prepper. You don't have to prepare for bad stuff because you're already ready for it. Food storage was something that go to the Anthos lawyer, consider her ways and be wise. She stores up during the summer. Why? For the winter. I don't have to run out there. I didn't have to run out there this year. I didn't have to run out there last year. Didn't have to run out and buy up all the rice in Walmart. Because we had it. All these things happened. All it did was show me was, you know what? It doesn't hurt to get a little bit more. A little bit more. It wouldn't hurt. Now it did. I will tell you this. It did help me understand the need of, I looked over my gardens and said, I'm not growing enough food. I did see that. But at the time, I thought I was growing enough food. So it wasn't like I knew I wasn't growing enough food. I'm just like, well, I'm okay. Why do we need trauma? Why do we need shit being right at the cusp of destroying you for you to make a move? I'm not going to come out. I like where I am. Then when shit starts going down and the cities start falling apart, although you can read all through the book what he says about the cities, you don't believe me? That's just a quick deviation. Second Esdras. Chapter 15. Second Esdras in the Apocrypha, chapter 15. We're going to start at verse 14. Second Esdras chapter 15, verse 14. Let's go. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein, for the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands. The modern day sword is the gun. For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the course of their action shall stand in their power. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able. A man's going to desire to go into a city and won't be able. For because of their pride, the cities shall be troubled. The houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid. So if you read that verse and you can see what's happening and you're living in a city, what would that tell you to do?
Get out.
Now, would you have learned that right now, or would you have learned that probably about a year and a half ago?
A year and a half ago.
A year and a half ago. If you were prudent, you would have already seen, oh crap, this is what it's going. These cities are going to fall apart. If they lock this down, the cities are going to fall apart. Nope. We want to sit in there and go through it. Let's continue. A man shall have no, wait a minute. The houses shall be destroyed and men shall be afraid. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation. Behold, says Yah, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Libanus, to turn themselves one against another and repay the things that they have done to them. Read the rest of that to keep it in context. You can also read that same thing. Look at 2nd Esdras chapter 16. Well, let's start at verse 17. Woe is me, Who will deliver me in those days? The beginning of sorrows and great mournings, the beginning of famine and great death, the beginning of wars, and the power shall stand in fear. The beginning of evils, what shall I do when these evils shall come? Behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for amendment. But for all these things they shall not turn from their wickedness, nor be always mindful of the scourges. Behold, victual shall be so good cheap upon the earth that they shall think themselves to be in good case. And even then shall evils grow upon earth, sword, famine, and great confusion. For many of them that dwell upon earth shall perish of famine, and the other shall escape the hunger. And the other that escape the hunger shall the sword destroy. And the dead shall be cast out as dung, and there shall be no man to comfort them. For the earth shall be saved, and the cities shall be cast down. Once again, the cities shall be cast down. There shall be no man left to till the earth and to sow it. The tree shall give fruit, and who shall gather them? The grapes shall ripen, and who shall tread them? For all places shall be desolate of men. So that one man shall desire to see another and to hear his voice. For of a city there shall be 10 left, and 2 of the field, which shall hide themselves in the thick grove and in the clefts of the rocks. As in the orchard of olives, upon every tree there are left 3 or 4 olives. When the vineyard is gathered, there are left some clusters of them that diligently seek throughout the vineyard. Even so, in those days, there shall be 3 or 4 left of them that search their houses with the sword. So people are going to be going house to house with a gun. And the earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old, and her ways and all her paths shall grow full of thorns, because no man shall travel therewith. The virgins shall mourn, having no bridegrooms. This sounds like the war that's prophesied in Isaiah 3 and 4, where it says that the men are going to die in a great war, and that's going to cause the women to 7 women to take hold of one man. Here when y'all say, well, where's the what do you call that precept? Here it is. The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegrooms. The women shall mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers. In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine. You can read the rest of it to keep it in context. Now, let me ask you a question. If the Bible says the prudent man foresees the evil and hides himself, wouldn't a prudent man read this in the book and say, oh, shoot, I can see this is starting to happen right now? It may not happen right now. It may not happen today, but I can see we are going down that path of where there's going to be supply shortages. There's going to be a famine, whether it's man-made or Yah created. There's going to be some sort of food shortage. So if you're one of the women, what was that, brother?
The foundation is being laid for it.
It's being laid. How did you miss it? How did you miss it? Men, think about it. Your lack of preparedness could leave you to die of a famine, and your wife and children are going to be out there by themselves in the city, in LA, in Atlanta, in New York, Dallas, Houston, Kansas City, Chicago, Brooklyn, wherever your major city is. You just happily living there, talking about, well, Yah's got me. Yah's got me. You see what happens when we ignore what is happening, when we ignore the warnings that Yah's given us, when we ignore watchmen that are telling you to come out of her. Well, I might lose my wife if I come out of her. Yeah, but you might lose yourself because you ain't stored no food. And let me tell you, by losing yourself, brothers, you lost your family. Oh, don't forget the Communist Republic of New Jersey. Yes, sir. We got people, the shelves are still full where I am. Well, apparently you don't understand supply chains, because if you look at the supply industry, stores always have a ranking of who's going to receive what materials there are left. That's the way it works. If this store has high sales, let's make sure that their store, that those shelves are full at all times to maximize profits. Oh, brother Alex. Woo! If most of the men are dying in the war, that may be a good indication for us men to stop involving ourselves in Egypt's affairs. I do not want to participate in heathen wars. Man.
That's spot on.
It says they're going to be going house to house looking for food, for things. That will never happen in this country. Okay. Y'all might be surprised to find out in some of these cities, it's already happening. It's already happening. When you have Cruella Harris, the vice president, say, y'all better start doing your Christmas shopping. I'm like, wait a minute. Ain't it March? What do you mean? Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration. September, she's telling you to start doing Christmas shopping. I went to Walmart and they were clearing out the like the plants and all the outdoor stuff. They were clearing it out and already stocking the shelves with Christmas trees. They getting prepared. They know what's happening. They're gonna extract every last one of your dollars so that you can buy it, so you can put up a Christmas tree, hang some stencils off of it, bow down to Egypt, bow down to the paganism, and spend your last dollar. Your last dollar on this broken ass system. And you're willing to do it so you can keep your wife and children happy. But they could be starving tomorrow. You could be prostituting your wife tomorrow to eat.
Yeah, I mean, we heard some folks talk about how what they call them, the holy whores. Some of y'all might be believing in that more than you realize.
Right. Some of y'all are going to look back and you're going to say, Shabbat Shalom, House of Lamar. Some of y'all are going to look back and say, I remember there was these three dudes said I should join a man's house. And I said, I ain't doing shit. Now the only way I'm able to join a man's house is when I come into his bedroom so that he can bump and grind with me, leave some seed in me so I can leave off with a can of Chunky's Campbell soup. And that's after you've gotten poked. Because you thought getting the poke was going to allow you to keep your job, but you don't understand economics. This is not fear. This is not fear. Right. This is not fear. I'm not preaching fear. I'm not telling you anything to fear you. This is what the Bible was saying. You do this, you obey the Bible in the green and in the black or in the red. You obey the Bible when things are going great, and when things are going bad, it ain't no thing for you. If you storing food when things are going great, when things go bad, it ain't no thing for you. You're like, well, hey, I guess we won't be eating donuts. But we'll still be eating and eating good. Everybody will be full. We may not be able to do, what we normally do. No.
Where people don't know it, that might be the last few cheeseburgers you get a hold of. Might be the last few biscuits you get a hold of. And it's sad to say. I heard somebody talking about it earlier about how the supply lines and the shelves are empty. And me and the brothers talking about it, that they had already mentioned it earlier, but I just reminded them this morning. And this morning about 4:30 on the news, Only thing they was talking about is like 60 to 80 something ships out there anchored off the coast of California, and they cannot get into that Long Beach port, nor that Los Angeles port to get those goods and services to people or get their food to you. It's rotting or rotting on the ship.
Man.
When you eat, it's just gonna be fruit flies in there and maggots.
Oh man.
Just say
Man.
that's what
Brother
it is.
Alex, I am so excited for you. I sent you messages. I didn't get a response, and I realized they didn't get sent through. So I'm gonna send you some email or a text message again, brother. But brother Andre, you're right. You know, people don't understand what seawater does. First of all, to shipping containers, which is why most shipping containers are one way, because that salt water starts eating away. That crap is corrosive. It will eat away. That's why a lot of the shipping containers you buy, they always tell you, make sure you walk through the shipping container because usually there's going to be some saltwater damage on that container.
Yes, sir.
Now, most of these shipping containers are not meant to be sitting at sea for weeks and months at a time waiting to get to port. They're meant to leave China and get to America in this specific amount of time. Now they're sitting out there. There's storms out there, salt water sloshing up on top of the ships. Some of these things have expiration dates. A lot of them do. And they're sitting in a shipping container for weeks and months at a time in a hot ass metal container. They're supposed to be in refrigeration right now. The supplies are supposed to be in the refrigerator right now. And they're still sweltering in these in these containers, not knowing when they're ever going to be offloaded. So a lot of the stuff that even comes to shore may be defective.
Mm.
It may be completely defective because of the elements that it was not designed to be in. I don't care what you think. A head of lettuce is not meant to sit in a shipping container for 3 weeks.
No, sir.
Man.
So if you have a full understanding of what this means for the whole totality of the crop is, there's a reason why Costco said we can buy our own ships and our own containers. And we're going to have some of these ships going to Mexico and have our own semi-truck drivers drive from Mexico and bring the goods to our Costco. Because as Brother Andre has said, and he's an experienced truck driver, if there's no truckers, you're going to have the port stocked up with supplies and no one to move them from the port to the store. But now you're frantic. I need to go and buy me some rice. Why were you not ready already?
Man. And again, I'll say this too. As he said earlier, for those of you who are new, who are just starting to hear this for the first time, you know, we're not, which I don't even understand how that could be, but hey, I guess it could happen. We get it. Everybody has to start somewhere. But for those who have been listening for weeks, months, y'all forbid, years, and you're just now like, hey, maybe I should go get a bag of rice. Hey, you should just, at this point, you should just come to grips with the fact that you're going to die.
Yes, sir.
That's what you have to do. Why? Because you have bypassed numerous opportunities. You have failed to heed numerous warnings. To the point where, hey, if in all these years, all these months, you've heard these warnings and you weren't pricked to move on it, you're kidding yourself now to think, oh, well, I'll go get a bag of rice now. I'll start. No, you're not. You're just going to die. So just prepare to do that comfortably.
Man.
Yes, sir. Hey, you know they haven't even factored in, you know, this immigration problem. You know, even though the food is short, we running people in here left and right. From the border of Mexico, we taking them from South America, we taking them from Afghanistan, and I'm not against all that. All that I'm saying is, for the people that's been listening, like the brother's been saying, you should have been moving already. Because I'm gonna just tell you something. You are not gonna be the first one to receive any type of rationings of anything. The refugees are.
Yep.
I can just tell you, the government already feel like you should have already been moving. You should have already had yourself together. Your family should have had a plan and been acting on it.
Oh man. Oh man. Brother, you tell the truth, because as they bring them in and they're not making them get vaccinated, guess where they're putting all these people? In the job all people can't get.
Yep.
If you don't think that this collapse is designed, you tripping. They open up the border and said, "Come on in." And again, I'm not against, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. This country was built on people dominating the people that were here. So you know what? Hey, I'm gonna be honest. If the Hispanics come over and dominate this country, isn't that what the Europeans did to the Indians?
Absolutely.
So hey,
Yep.
But what I'm saying is if you don't have a plan, you may not. I mean, we got to do some serious thinking. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, your brother, you didn't plan, you didn't care, you were so busy trying to keep your wife happy and your children happy. Let's just say that your job, you have a nice mortgage because you have a nice house, or you have a nice, $800, $900 a month rent. And you've been flexing. I ain't gonna take no poke. I don't care. I serve the most high. He my king. I already know that's the mark of the beast. Okay, so you said all that. And whether you believe it is or isn't, I don't think that the poke is the mark of the beast. I think we're going towards that system, though. I think it's the introduction to that system. But let's just say you believe it is. You've been talking it, big game. But you got that rent. You got that car payment. You got that mortgage. And now they say, oh, well, if you don't get the poke, the jab, the stick, you're going to lose your job. Now what you going to do? Now what you going to do? I know. It's real. Well, the Most High said he don't want his people begging for bread, so, that means that he wants me to get it and feed my family. Didn't you just say it was the mark of the beast? So maybe you're just getting a preview of who you really are and how you really roll. If you had foreseen the evil instead of expecting your pastor, your leaders to foresee it for you, if you had actually opened up your eyes and seen this, you would have known from stage one. As soon as they locked it down, that would have been a high ping inside of your head, like, I better start getting ready. If I've never gotten ready,
it shouldn't even have taken for things to be locked down here. We had the opportunity to look and see, hey, things being locked down on all these countries overseas, and a prudent man could just look and see, hey, what's going on there? It won't be too much longer before it will go on here. We saw country after country after country fall long before it ever even started here.
That's truth. And now we got what? Australia. They're throwing people in jail in Australia for walking in the businesses unvaccinated. France said, they were the ones that they said the Constitution that it's constitutional for them to make it mandatory that you take the shot. Now in this country, they're saying you're going to need to take the shot to keep your job. Australia said if you don't take the shot, you're not going to be able to return back to society. You really think it's going to stay over there and not come over here in one form or another? How many New York nurses were fired? And guess what they did when they fired them? They went and hired and are bringing in all sorts of foreign nursing. Nurses from all types of other countries are coming over here now and getting paid because the nurses in New York got fired. Now imagine you over there like, man, I had a doctor to get my transplant. And they come to you and say, oh, here's Dr. Unjibunji. And Unjibunji goes,
Yep.
and you're like, wait a minute, this dude is not about to take out my liver. Imagine you go to a dentist and you're like, oh yeah, I'm about to, I need these teeth extracted. And he smiles at you, he ain't got no teeth. He looking like a meth head. He like, you trying to tell me you're gonna be okay? Meanwhile, the streets are slowly turning to the forever purge.
Yes,
I'm just
sir.
saying.
Yes, sir.
You don't think it could happen? Look at what's already happening in the streets. How many of y'all saw that dude in New York? Which somebody sent me the video. Where the dude ran up to somebody and executed him in the middle of the street.
Yep.
Yep.
Straight up.
Yeah, good.
Execute him in the middle of the street. Pretend that he was working on his
In broad
car. The
daylight.
other guy was getting, what was that?
Broad daylight.
Broad daylight. Executed. Literally ran up on dude. The guy was getting in his car, and boom, you see the flashes from the gun. The guy runs back to his own car, puts the hood down, hops in, and rolls out.
Hey, and that's the interesting thing about
We just got
so-called Israel. They don't have, they haven't formed any community. I'm talking about, or any brotherhood. They just always talking about, Yah, you got me. Well, guess what? It's other people that haven't even named the name of Yah that's forming groups. Now that looks bad because we say we believe the book, and that ain't happening. So if that ain't happening now in your area, I mean, can you defend you and your little family? I mean, I can say the same thing for myself. Can we defend against 30 marauders? I mean, can we really do that? Are we that skilled? I mean, is everybody in your house a John Wick, John Rambo, some type of assassin or something? I'm just being real. I mean, is everybody in your family a Chuck Norris? I don't think so.
Too many people have played too much Call of Duty. How many of you have ever grabbed your AK, your AR-15, your 12 gauge, and just ran 100 yards? Just do that. Dead sprint 100 yards from one end to the other, and then, because we run these drills here, here's what you do. Do a dead sprint. Do a 50-yard sprint. Stop. Train your rifle downrange, and try to put fire accurately. And I'm not talking about you get 20 deep breaths. I'm talking about as soon as you reach your destination, you pull that rifle up and lay down some fire. So while you're worried about, I'm trying to hit the bullseye, you may just find out it's a lot more difficult aiming down range 50, 100 yards after you got done sprinting 100 yards or 50 and lay accurate fire down. First of all, after spending about 100 yards with a rifle, that rifle gets real. That rifle gets real heavy. Brother David just like, yep. That rifle gets real heavy. There it is, brother Alex said. because you can run that 100 yards doesn't mean that you're going to be worth a damn when you get there. If you ain't fit, you ain't fighting. There it is. You're going to have your hands on your hips, keeled over. But I got muscles everywhere, brother. All that made you was a bigger target.
Yep. And that target for you will be like a the size of a needle. You could be sucking for air, and that big old person looks like this. Like, where did he go?
Yeah. And for those of us that have ever played sports,
somebody shooting back at you.
That's it. That's it. I remember playing basketball in college, and you've already been playing the game 32, 33 minutes, and that's with timeouts. And now you're on 34th minute, and you get fouled, and you're down by 1, and you know you need this 1-and-1 to give you the lead. And so in the basketball to like that big. And you're like, wait a minute, how am I even supposed to get that size basketball in that hoop? It won't even fit because you're tired. You're exhausted. It's a hell of a lot different than let me lay down and get my sandbag and set my sandbag up and put my rifle on it and take 10 deep breaths and do calisthenics and plyometrics and stretch and
yep.
Sad situations. Look like he might be moving. Yeah, man, hey, that's a sad situation. I mean, it really makes us all. We all at this point should be looking at ourselves, looking at our situations, and now it's time to shore up in. It's not. I mean, hey, I wish you well if you're just beginning this trip, but by the same token, we should already be moving because. I mean, I can just say it, things don't. I guarantee you, this winter is going to be a telltale sign of what the next year is going to look like.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and it's already in motion. A lot of people sitting back. Hey, a lot of people, they sitting back talking about I'm waiting till the Messiah break through the sky, coming through the clouds. Well, hold on a second. That same Messiah that we serve, you do know that he went through something. If it was just that easy, if it was just that easy, y'all would have just said, no, don't worry about anything. Just come up here where I'm at. Yep. It's all good. No suffering for you, my son. It don't work like that. We all gonna go through something. If you even look at the story of Joseph, he had to go through something. We should be taking those same accounts and saying, you know what? I'm gonna use this to the glory of Yah for my family. I'm storing up. That's where my faith is at. Let me start with whatever I can get my hands on.
Yep. And I think, and I guess I won't speak for everybody because different people may be at, different places. There may be some who have just been hardcore about it for a decade and they just got everything on lockdown and they're just completely ready and the world could fall apart tonight, and they would never miss a beat. I've never met anybody like that, and I don't. So either way, I just know for me, I got a lot of work to do. So we got to use this time wisely, whatever is left of it, and use this time wisely and get after it. Because really, I think we got a lot that we got to get done.
Yes, sir.
And we're not at a stage of not having anything prepared either. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even though we have done the preparedness that we have done, if the other shoe drops today, we would all be greatly affected and negatively impacted. I don't care how much stuff you have stored up. If you haven't mastered the cycle of growing food to save the seed, to being able to take that seed to grow more food, if it goes down, you're going to be greatly impacted. And then the reality of it is, and this is what Brother Chris was talking about earlier, when you look at how much space it takes to grow food, and you know, some people just love cheeseburgers so much, like we can't even abstain from it for a week of unleavened bread. We love cheeseburgers that much. Hey, you know how much grain you have to grow to be able to for loaves of bread, or you know, cheeseburger buns and all this kind of stuff? We really that prepared where we got fields full of corn, fields full of wheat, you know, vegetable patches. I ain't talking about a hoop house. I'm talking about big garden beds. When people really stop to think about how much it takes just to, you know, to feed a person and the size of a garden that takes, and then you multiply that by the people in your household or whoever you're responsible for, hey, we got a lot to do. And that's even with fertilizers or whatever other kind of stuff that is currently available that will not be available at that point.
Yes, sir.
So then let's say well, you mastered how to grow your food. All right, you know how to do that using only compost.
Oh man,
you know how to make compost. We ain't worried about that. We just buy compost. All right, what happens if you can't buy compost?
Man, that's real.
Man,
I'll just hop in my tractor, and what happens if you ain't got gas?
You can't use it.
And I don't want to hear about how you just gonna all of a sudden build a wood gasifier and all of that kind of stuff, and you just gonna run your tractor off of wood. Hey, I know all about that stuff. I studied it. I studied it enough to know, hey, that's some big stuff right there. You ain't finna do that. Ain't no weekend project. You ain't gonna have watched the YouTube video and now you ready to just convert your tractor to run by wood.
I saw Engineering 775's video. I know how to do it. How about this? If you have not done it from beginning to completion, you don't know how to do it. I don't know how. He's making all the noises. It's him.
Yep.
If you don't know, if you've never grown enough food for your family to live on for 1 year, you don't know how to do it. I still don't know how to do it because I grow all my green vegetables. I don't grow all my potatoes. So guess what I'm doing next year?
Potatoes.
But it is not even close. After eating them, you realize? Not even close. Not even close to enough to last a year. I mean, not even the potatoes that we have may last us a month and a half. You're talking a year?
And then, bro, we got to have a place to store the stuff. Let's just say you got to a place where you can, you know, complete that cycle and you can grow enough. Well, guess what? Those vegetables aren't growing all year. You have a growing season. So for you to preserve it or have it to eat for the rest of that time means we have to know how to preserve it. And we have to have a place to do that work of preservation and then store those preserved goods.
Oh, Brother David, well, it's okay. I'll just can it. How many canning jars do you have? Like 10?
Right. I'm just going to eat them and reuse the stuff.
So you're telling me you're going to can enough potatoes, right? You're going to can enough potatoes for a whole winter in 10 cans. Let me tell y'all, I learned a tough lesson. You know, the year before last, we grew enough squash for us to literally make it through the whole winter eating squash along with other meals. We had, I think, 2 or 3 ice chests full of squash. Guess what happened to 90% of our squash?
Rotted, went bad.
It rotted. 90% of the squash that we had stored for our winter rotted because the humidity was too high. I had never done it before. Check this out, brothers. I watched a YouTube video on you can use your old large ice chests I copied every single thing that he did. Here's the difference. He's in the north. I'm in the Ozarks.
Mm.
It gets cold out there. It gets cold out there, so it works for him. Out here, you need a root cellar. Out there, because it's so cold, he could just put it in an ice chest and throw it underneath his house, and it was good.
Mm.
I followed every single thing that he did, and what happened when I went to get my squash, I had soup.
Wow.
The chickens liked it, but imagine if that's what I was going to eat. That was part of my meal plan for a SHTF situation.
Man, that'd have been bad.
I lost like 300 to 400 squash. Gone.
Well, at least you got to make some compost with it.
Right. But I still would have starved.
Right. And I saw someone say, hey, well, you better have a good root cellar. Yeah, I agree. And that goes to the point of what we're trying to talk about here. You're not going to have time. You're not going to have the time or the resources to jump on at the last minute and get all these things built and established that need to be done. There's only going to be so much money to go around. There's only going to be so much time that you're going to have. If you say, well, I have more time than I have money, so I'm going to do the work myself. Hey, it's only 24 hours in a day.
Right.
And you can only push and get so much done within that time frame. There's only so much time. So you're not going to come out to a homestead and build your house, build enough room for your family, build space for you to be able to work on the preservation of all this food, build a root cellar while you're doing a garden and doing all these other things all at the same time, and it's just you. Hey, that's a pipe dream.
Nope.
That's just what it is.
No, brother, you are hitting it.
I'm just going to have a smokehouse. I'm going to preserve all my own meat, and I'm going to butcher all my own animals. Oh, and I'm going to grow all this own food, and I'm doing everything all at the same time.
Won't happen.
How you know you're going to be able to do that? Oh, I watched it on YouTube. You do know that those are edited videos, right?
Right. I watched Little House on the Prairie, and that's how they lived back then. They were home all day, and they had generational knowledge passed down generationally in how to do things.
There it is.
We don't have that.
Man.
Pipe dreams.
Hey, Brother Ronnie just said it. How you gonna do all that with a job? You need finances. You know, that's sad, but it's true. You know, some people, they're not really even thinking about what's going on to the point to where they steady piling up debt.
Man,
they steady buying bigger houses, new cars, or newer cars, and they're not even thinking. I mean, that's your food storage right there. That's your everything is paid off right there. That's your garden. I remember we talked about how the garden, when you know a bunch of us have seeds, but if you think that's gonna produce a harvest like in the next 90 days, you crazy. You gotta have some already in the ground.
There are very few crops that you can get. I mean, you can do radishes and get them in 20 or 30 days. I mean, I grow a lot of radishes, but here's the problem. Just like what you were saying, Brother Andre, everybody assumes because they have a pack of seed, it's like y'all forget that in order for that seed to become fruit or a food, there's a lot to do. And you have to actually think, what's the germination rate of this seed? Not just that, how much am I going to lose to pests? How much am I going to lose to maybe overcrowding, lack of nutrients? Maybe the seed itself was just retarded.
Garbage.
You know, a defective seed.
Right.
That's why you have germination rates. But what happens is people say, I have a pack of seed, and immediately they envision that seed, them eating that seed next month. There's a lot to learn. We're used to going to the store and buying bread. Do you know how much wheat it takes to make a loaf of bread?
Man.
Now, do you know how much wheat you have to grow to get enough wheat? to make a loaf of bread?
Hey,
Hold on, do they even have a grinder?
No.
What?
No.
Do they even have a good grinder?
They watched on YouTube. They had pestle and mortar at one point in time. I'm just going to use my pestle and grind it. You're going to be there all day to get 2 slices of bread that you can eat during the feast of unleavened bread.
Oh, man.
yep.
Hey, you talked about the growing. How many people actually got facility for water? I mean, you know, rain catchment used to be a top thing that you talked about a lot. We talked
Yes,
about it
sir.
a lot. I mean, most people, if they looked at their water supply, they don't have enough to make it through the week.
Nope.
They haven't even put in there what about for drought? Nothing.
What about, Brother Dave, you might remember this out here a couple years ago where the whole summer it may have rained like 2 or 3 times.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
What's your plan for that? Do you have, so which means you have to take advantage of every drop of water. Do you have the ability to store 2, 3, 4,000 gallons of water?
And I can tell you 2,000 for that year would not, 2,000 would that you would still fall short on that summer. I know
Yes.
I did it.
Yes.
Yep.
So, girl, I'm doing rain catchment. You're doing rain catchment with 2 55-gallon barrels. How many of you are even used to taking a shower with half a gallon of water?
Yes,
I
sir.
did it during Feast of Tabernacles. You're right. You did it during Feast of Tabernacles. And when Tabernacles ended, what did you do? You went home and you took a 36-minute shower.
Yes, sir.
You use
You
up
know,
55 gallons of water in one shower. It's a lot different when you live it daily than when you read about it or you see some YouTube. I'm telling you, y'all think that you understand it. Living this life is a hell of a lot different than watching it on YouTube.
Yep.
Being honest. When the people in the Bible said they prayed for rain, you'll understand that. Catch some rain and have 110 gallons of water, and that's all you got. I mean, we pray for rain sometimes, and I have enough water to water my gardens daily and have plenty of water for my household, and we still pray for rain.
Because you don't ever want it to run out, because you understand how vitally important it is.
And you understand when it's raining, not only are you filling up your 3,000 or 4,000 gallons of storage, but it's also watering the gardens for you. That's taken care of now. My gardens are done. I grew my potatoes this year. I didn't water them one time. But guess what? What would have happened if you have rain catchment and you have to water 1/4 acres of potatoes because there's no rain?
They're going to die.
You're going to have some tough choices. Well, I'll use my gray water. Do you even, I mean, people say a lot of stuff that they ain't never done.
Do you catch gray water?
There you
store your
go.
gray water somewhere? Because if not,
I catch my gray water. I catch all of my gray water. Let me tell you, it's not fun having to carry gallons of water to water a potato patch, or for my squash I did. You know how annoying it is how many trips carrying a 5-gallon bottle you have to go to water a 80-foot by 80-foot squash patch?
wow.
You're talking 10, 12 trips, 50 yards each trip, 50 yards one way, so 100 yards each trip. Imagine that. Imagine carrying 50 or a 5-gallon bottle of water 100 yards just so you can water your potatoes. And that's just one trip. You have 9 more to go. Brother Alex said it. You ain't gonna.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Brother David K said, Brother FY, how did you store the potatoes? And I didn't see that part at first, so I was answering him. We just in the coolest, darkest place that you have, where you still have air movement. Not like in a plastic bin or something either that's gonna trap the air. But then they'll just want to go bad, and they'll just cause them all to start going bad.
As soon as they start sweating, they're finished.
Yep.
I mean, you can. I powdered the potatoes I have this year. I have seed potatoes stored for next year. We have ours stored in an aerated container, and we powdered it with DE, so that the DE will actually absorb any of the moisture that's in there. But again, that's only predicated on you have DE. What happens when you don't have DE anymore?
Right. I know we've had good success storing them, just keeping them in a, in a dark.
Yeah.
When I built the cottage area and built the back of it, you can actually store it underneath the cottage in the back, so it stays cool and dark, and it's enough air moving. We've had pretty good success there. There's a lot of ways that you could do it. Even if you didn't have a big root cellar, you could dig a hole,
right,
berm it up and cover it, berm so that rainwater and stuff is not getting in there. But even if you're not messing with all of that, hey, just the darkest place in your house that you can do it that keeps it and have air moving around it.
Yes.
It's something that's kind of laid out, not like not like in a plastic bucket or something like that where it's going to sweat, but something that has to be able to breathe.
Yes. Yes, sir. These are things. So now we got men. I want to add to my house. Meanwhile, I want to come out.
At the same time?
Well, never mind, brother. Never mind. I'm not coming out. I just rather have the wife first.
There it is. Yep.
Andre chuckling.
Can you make this stuff up, man?
You can.
If you coming out every month, every time we talk to you, you coming out next month, the first of the year, it's gonna be first of the year, brother. First of the year, if y'all willing. We just already know you ain't coming.
Nope. You're talking. Listen to this. Sirach chapter 29, verse 21. The chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and a house to cover shame. How many of you can provide that? Literally. How many of you can actually provide water, bread, clothing, and a house to cover shame?
Hey, you mean with food storage, or you mean like you growing your grain?
Or do you mean with food stamps?
Food stamps. Definitely food stamps.
You talking government reparations or something?
Definitely food stamps.
Hey, would it count if your plan is to have water hauled in a water truck? Does that count?
I'm gonna say, brother, if you're not able to keep your land and build it up, there's no hopes of a water truck coming anywhere near your place. Just saying.
I mean, just the idea of that. I have my land in a a far off location in Arizona, and a water truck's gonna get there. Here's the first question. I lived in Arizona, and I actually knew people who did that sand buggies type stuff. You want to know why sand buggies are made to be light? Because if you try to take a gallon of water weighs about 8 pounds. if you're trying to carry, let's just say, 5,000 gallons of water out there, you're trying to tell me that you're about to have this semi-truck take 40,000 gallons of water over the Arizona sand? That truck is going to end up in the middle of the earth. It is not going to get to your land. It is going to sink in the sand. I can't tell you how many people try to take their truck off-roading just to end up in the sand, buried up to the fenders, because that sand is not conducive for heavy vehicles. That's why they have dune buggies. They're light. They strip everything out of it. They put a roll cage in there and they ride off. And they also have special tires. I'm just saying. Brother Alex said logistics are a bitch.
Yeah, I guess that's the difference between watching a YouTube channel and actually planning something out.
Yes, sir.
Sirach, chapter 39, verse 24. The principal things for the whole use of man's life are water, fire, iron, and salt, flour of wheat, honey, milk, and the blood of the grape, and oil and clothing. So there's there's a pretty good list the Bible gives you of what you will need to make it.
And I wouldn't sleep on it either. I mean, if you really just stop and think about that, even let's just say milk. We might say, "Oh, well, that's easy. I'll get a couple of goats. I'll have some milk." You gonna keep them? You gonna know how to keep that cycle going? You know how much it entails to keep that goat long enough for it to be able to be bred, have its gestation period, actually calve, which is where it starts to then lactate, and then know how long that lactation cycle is to where it then needs to be bred again so that you can stay in milk. Hey, guess what you have to have during all of that time? Something to feed that goat.
Oh, man.
Or in this case, a cow, something to feed the cow. You got to have the ability to keep the bull in his place so he ain't wreaking havoc, and grass to feed the cows. Even with just that milk.
Man.
Honey. That's a whole nother skill set right there.
Yes.
Or, to understand the management of bees. I bought some bees. So far, I'm just a bee purchaser. I'm not a beekeeper. Some of them left. I have some. Some of them jokers left.
Oh, man.
They were like, peace, nigga.
Yeah, it's like, thanks for the house, but we out. We paid your rent. We paid some rent and honey. Now we gone. Because you got to be on top of it. Timing of everything to hit them before they want to swarm. That's a lifestyle. In other words, it's not like something that you can do in a passive way. Because if you do, you'll miss it. I'm firsthand. I'm telling you, because I did it.
Yep.
You'll miss it, and like that, they'll be gone. In fact, I was on the phone with Brother Jay when it happened. I think I was like talking to him, and I look up like, wait, what is that sound? I look up, big old swarm of bees. They done left their house, and I said, damn, brother, I think my bees are swarming. I think these niggas leaving.
Oh, man.
Yep. That's just milk and honey. You got to have a lot of grass or a lot of food for those animals to even be able to get them to the place where they're producing for you. In other words, you want to have bees, you got to have some stuff planted that they can
pollinate.
Understand the nectar flow. It's a whole lot to it. In other words, so we can read this list and think, oh yeah, that's easy. I'll just store it. No, that's not what it's talking about. It's talking about us having the ability to produce these things.
Yeah.
Or be in relationship with other brothers who can.
Yes.
Yes.
So let's go through that list real quick, and let's be honest with ourselves. How many of us know how to work with this stuff? Water. I got a well. Okay, that's good. What happens if your pump goes out? I turn on the faucet and I get my water. What happens if you can't pay that bill? Brother David froze. There he is. There he is.
Hey, no. Yeah, y'all on.
So that's water. Patterson Homestead, Brother David, yes, you can have a hand pump. What happens if you have a hand pump problem? And hand pumps are pretty damn expensive for deep wells. I mean, for a deep well, you're better off going with an electric pump. That's pricey. I have an electric pump and runs on solar. Okay, what happens if your panel goes out? Fire. We all understand fire. I got big lighters, and when they run out, I got matches, and when they run out. Now what? Do any of you know how to use a bow drill? How about banging two rocks together to get fire? I'll tell you. I know. I have a flint. I have flint and steel. Eventually, those run out. And again, how many of us are successful at doing that repeatedly?
Right.
Brother David King said the best one, magnifying glass. That was good. That's an excellent one, brother. Magnifying glass. All right, iron. I'm screwed. I can weld, I can cut, but I don't know how to forge.
Me neither.
And there's only one Westhold Forge. He ain't everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Brother Frank, yes, I can start a fire with flint and steel, but even then, you can do some damage to a flint over a long period of time where it's just called steel now. There's no flint. Salt. That one's just, man. Salt. I store a lot of salt. I store a lot of salt, but salt runs out. Gosh. This should let us know that this is why our people live this as a lifestyle, and it wasn't, I'm a prepper. No, this was their lifestyle.
Yes, sir.
Flour of wheat. I just saw one brother said, who was that? Was it West? Was it, where is that? It might have been Elk County that said it. There it is. No, Jay Moore said it. I don't know about where y'all are, but out here, 1 acre of wheat yields 180 pounds. That does not make a whole lot of bread for a family for a year. He is dead on.
Hey.
How many have successfully grown wheat? I mean, I have amaranth and I have acorns that I can grind down the wheat. We just made some pancakes using corn wheat. We grinded out our own corn to wheat. Not pancakes, cornbread.
Yep.
How many people are successful at growing a couple acres of corn?
And how would y'all do it? I know how you would do it, FY, so not you. How would you all do it without modern nitrogen? Because corn is a very nitrogen observant plant.
Yeah.
How are you going to then provide that nitrogen back to the soil when you no longer have access to the chemicals?
Oh man,
It's possible.
it's possible. Well, I'll just use my urine. You have to have water to drink in order to make urine.
Man. Yep. Most of you
Oh,
flush
but
that down the
look
toilet.
what Alex said. Harvesting a couple acres of corn requires servants. Just saying. We're gonna go into that. We'll end the stream with servants. We've talked about this today. Me and my brothers were talking about servants. Whew. You know, just so y'all are aware, one stalk of corn doesn't yield 6 heads of corn. I grew corn. I've grown quite a bit of corn out here. And it's constantly disappointing to realize I use all that nitrogen and all that energy for that.
What do you get? 1, maybe 2?
I've had some that had 2. And I'm like, so I spent all that time growing corn. And all the corn that I grew is gone in 3 meals.
What was the answer? Growing a bean with the corn?
You can grow a bean with the corn because a bean is nitrogen fixers. I've seen some people grow clover with corn because clover is a soil conditioner and it's also a nitrogen fixer. And then just good old pea. Because I'm telling you, I ran a test. I tried to grow greens where I grew my corn. The greens sprouted and they started growing. But let me tell you, the greens that I grew in my regular garden space, man, way bigger. The green was a lot darker than the ones that I had grown behind the corn. Some people grow peas with it also, and the peas will wind up the corn stalks because peas are also a nitrogen fixer.
Yep. I
Brother
see people
Alex, you
saying
would
urine
love.
and pee.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brother David. Go ahead.
I was saying I see a lot of people talking about urine and pee, but the problem is, hey, most of y'all flush that down the toilet.
Woo!
And you use,
And let me tell you,
use fresh
you can't
water
just go
for that.
right. I was gonna say you just can't go out there and dump gallons of pee on your corn. Urine still has to be diluted down with guess what?
Water.
Water. If you think you're gonna dump 25, 30 gallons of urine on your corn garden, you're gonna be sadly mistaken to see you might have just burned your corn. All right. So we did wheat, honey. Brother David just talked about honey. How many of us even? Because I don't know how to. But how many of us either have access to ample amounts of honey as a sweetener? Even you can make mead out of it. But how many of us have access to honey? Regular access. I'm saying a couple gallons a year. And we know it was important because, as everybody says, they found honey in the tombs of the pharaohs. So that lets you know how important the honey was. The antioxidant properties in honey, the healing properties in honey. And I don't even have a hive here.
Me neither. Hey, when I think about honey, aside from people actually buying hives, buying the bees, and doing all the footwork, like we know that somebody on this panel, they have some equipment for that kind of stuff. But for those that don't, have you even looked at the price of honey? If you couldn't produce it, have you looked at what 5 gallons of honey cost you nowadays? I mean, you got a couple $100 just laying around for honey. Just being honest, most people haven't thought that far in advance. They don't think like that. We got to be honest with ourselves. We don't really think like that. We think Walmart and all these other stores and Amazon is being replenished all the time. And that's how we operate, period. We don't have backup plans or contingency.
And just like you said, equipment. Some of y'all are allergic to bee stings. Y'all gonna be looking like Hitch.
Yes, sir. Blowed up.
Blowed up.
Hey, and even if you ain't allergic, you piss them bees off and they get at you. If you're not properly suited up and prepared, they might dissuade you a little bit.
You might just lose your whole hive because they all stung you and died.
Yep. Because I mean that's a big deal. I remember once I was out there extracting some honey and I was being extremely careful now. And I had one sting my hand. And yeah, that doesn't feel great. So you can imagine if you're trying to carry, you gotta. Again, this list is indicative of the fullness of what it takes to produce these things.
Right.
I'm not just talking about milk like you can go purchase milk. That's really talking about you haven't established a system to where you now have enough food for that animal to eat so that animal can convert that food into food that you can observe. And that's
man.
I tell you what that entails. You're not sitting around, you're getting after it in order to have to establish that.
Yes, sir.
And if your idea is I'll just join a community, to be honest, do you realize how much bigger your problem is now? Because now you're not just growing food for yourself and your family, you now have 15 or 20 men and their wives and their children. Do you know how much land you're going to need? How many hives you're going to need?
Hey, brother, I know what
problem times 20.
They'll just have everybody else sending their tithes over to that community, right?
There it is. All right. That's what happens.
Hey, y'all need to do it like we doing it because we growing everything ourselves. Really?
No, you're not.
No, you're not. You taking some of this tithe money that these suckers are sending, that your servants are sending up to you, and that's how y'all eat.
And if you actually look at it, at the end of the day, when the food starts getting scarce, you may want to know what level on the totem pole you are on.
Yes, sir.
You might just find out you're the one not eating. I'm just saying. And that media said they'll take the ties of Walmart. All right. So milk, and Brother David just talked about the milk. He just talked about milk. And the blood of the grape for wine. You know, the Bible does say, use a little bit of wine for your often stomach infirmities.
Yes, sir. And how it makes the heart merry. I mean, there's a whole portion in Sirach that goes up. Oh,
we often overlook how a smile in bad times. You often overlook how necessary, as much as we don't like to say it, having some honey in a real shit hits the fan situation would make me smile.
Yep.
Morale booster.
Some big time morale booster.
So now think about this. And again, I can raise my hand because I've done it. How many of us have planted a whole lot of grapes? How many of us actually make it to the point where we're harvesting grapes and we're extracting the blood of the grapes? My hand ain't going up on that one. That's a whole nother, that's a whole nother field of study right there.
Man.
To be able to raise grapes or establish a vineyard. I heard that why I talked about it earlier, how, we've lost this institutional knowledge that we as a people used to have. Now we're trying to figure this stuff out, extrapolate it from a book.
Yes.
Because we don't have my dad did it and his dad did it like his dad did it, like our ancestors have had that. It's not as easy as just going and planting some grape plants, and in 5 years you'll be having the blood of the grapes.
Nope. I have a grapevine I've been cultivating for about 3 of them, and it still ain't yielded. Now we do have wild grapes out here, and those are great.
Yep.
But you think of the totality of that?
We were talking about that not long ago. It'd take a whole house full just to get you might get you a cup out of them.
Woo! All right. Oil, man. That alone, that one shuts me down. We have an oil press, but when you think about oil, how many of us even know what to get oil out of? Like, I have black walnut trees here everywhere. We get 50, 60 gallons of black walnuts from all the trees that we have. Now check this. Imagine trying to get the oil out of all those. That takes time.
Man, and you got to have the press, the equipment.
We have a press. I could not imagine trying to press out a gallon of black walnut oil, or 2 or 5.
You would sure use it sparingly.
Well, Patterson Homestead said, or Patterson Farm said, olives don't grow well out here. Our winter's too cold. That's why olives are grown usually in the Mediterranean.
Right. Yep. Or California.
Yep. There it is. Brother Alex said it. Olive oil is our main source of cooking oil, but olive trees do not do well here. That's a soft spot, right? They don't like the cold. Brother David K, that's another good one. Thank you, brother. Sunflowers, they do grow well out here. But and Sister Elaine said it, there are pecan trees, but extracting oil is not fun or very productive. I've seen people extract the acorn oil. Again, not fun. Think of the amount of time you're going to have to invest. We're not used to investing hours into something. Imagine imagine investing hours to get a half gallon of oil.
Man, you would use that stuff so sparingly. Well, I wish I would see some food wasted.
Man, brother, go on that, brother.
I mean, you just think about that. I talk to my family about this all the time because I've always been that way since I've been buying food. But from time to time, I still see it. Some people may take more on their plate, or a child doesn't want it or whatever because their appetites change. And hey, I get all that, I understand it, but waste not, want not. I know that. So, and that's just from paying for the food. Now, I couldn't imagine how livid I'd be that you're going through all this hours and hours of your time, your energy to produce this oil, produce this food. And folks are not, man, you better eat every crumb. None of that can go to waste because it's too valuable. And I believe, honestly, that's the time we're headed for.
Yes, sir. And I see everybody putting out the information, but here's the question. How many of you have ever pressed a gallon or 2 or 5 of what you're saying? Because you can grow sunflowers. How many do you need to grow to press out 3 gallons of oil?
Right. And then how many sunflowers do you have to grow in order for that? And then do you have the ability to grow that amount of sunflowers with no chemical additives? Should that not be available to you? Do you know how to grow or make compost to the point so that you can have a field composted or fertilizer large enough to be able to grow these things just for this amount of oil?
Just for oil.
Yeah.
You're not talking about Brother David K said it, fields and fields. We're not talking about a little 10 by 10 garden. Right. We're talking, you're going to have a field of whatever you're growing. Even if you were to grow like olives, do you know how long it takes to get an olive tree to the point where it's producing?
At least 10 years now, right? From the.
We're not talking about you're getting a cutting and planting it, and tomorrow you're harvesting olive oil. We're talking it has to survive winter after winter after winter after winter for a long period of time. This is why. This is one of the reasons why inheritance was big back in biblical days. When you understood, I'm inheriting my father's land, I'm inheriting all the work he put in.
That's it.
I don't have to go out there and plant olive trees because he planted olive trees when his grandfather planted olive trees, and I'm inheriting already highly productive olive trees. But for those of us that are growing food and starting, I'm gonna plant some olive trees today.
And it may be that if that's all that you were doing, hey, trust me, if bees were all that I was doing at that point in time, I'd still have all 4 hives, rocking and rolling with no issue. If all you were doing is to come in and plant olives, black Russian olives, or the sunflower seeds or whatever, okay, you probably have a great chance of that being successful. But when you're trying to do everything at the same time because you understand and realize you're behind the curve, you begin to see like, wait a minute, hold on. That's only going to produce this much?
Yep.
I can't afford this amount of time given to that for this amount at this point in time. Because we don't have the high calorie crops nailed down.
Oh, man, Brother David. Oh, you talking. So
that's where we have that's that economy of food where we have to start with, and that's what determines how much time you could afford to spend to these. We have a lot of ideas or things that probably would work with proper care and attention given to them. But if you're giving all that attention to these things that are only going to yield this amount and not be heavily valuable from a nutrition standpoint, then that means for all that time you're spending over here, you're not spending that time over here on the high calorie items.
Oh, man.
So you're still starving.
Brother David, you just nailed it all down. L Count said exactly what you were saying. He said, one thing, two, is we might just need to change the way we eat. Eating sunflowers to get those oil calories instead of pressing them for oil. I know we need oil, but calories and stomach might come first. In fact, L Count, I agree with you 100%.
Yep.
Without those calories, you're not going to be able to have the energy to even go out there and do the work. And a lot of stuff sound. That's why y'all don't hear me. I have an oil press, but then I saw one of the brothers said, I think it's El Count said it. You're gonna need a heavy duty oil press. We're not talking about your Amazon.com $50 press. You're gonna have to invest some serious money. Right here, I have a meat grinder. I spent some serious money on that meat grinder, and you know what? That's still not a large-scale meat grinder. That's one of the better ones of the smaller meat grinders. But there are meat grinders that will cost you $700, $800, $900 because people be over $900, into the thousands.
Yep.
This one can handle what I grind. At most, I'll be grinding a goat, but most of it will be ground chicken.
Yep.
That's why I bought it. That's the job it's for. But if I bought a cow, I'm not using that. I'll be there for an hour, hours, days, grinding down a cow with that.
Yep, days. Yep.
Days. But Brother David knows. He set me on getting a meat grinder. Right there. That wheat grinder or grinder as a whole. The children ground up corn. You do know that grinding up corn for a large family is not a 5-minute thing. You're talking about an hour or more to grind up enough corn that's going to produce cornbread or pancakes or whatever you're doing for your family. Stuff takes time. And the thing is, some of y'all's wives would be like, I ain't grinding up shit. Some of y'all, your children even know what work is. So they're not going to grind it. That means you're going to be the one grinding. There it is. Brother David K said, just grinding a deer through one of those grinders takes a lifetime. It does. It's not a 5 minute, it's not even an hour thing. You're talking about sessions, hours long sessions to grind it up. Meanwhile, while you're grinding, you're not in your gardens.
Right.
You're not processing firewood because you're cold or you know the winter's coming.
Man, that's it.
Man.
If you're all that time you're grinding to make oil or grinding this meat, you're not cutting firewood.
Woo!
You're not felling trees. You're not bucking up those trees. You're not splitting up the bucks. You're not stacking that wood so that it stays dry.
Right.
It's only so many hours in the day.
You're not building your house.
You're not building your house. And I know we ain't to that point in the stream yet, but some of y'all brothers, hey, it's only so many hours in the day, and it's only so many days in your life. And some of y'all, and we just being real and being honest, in terms of you coming out on your own and learning this stuff and doing it on your own, that ship is long sailed. It's not going to happen for you. For some of y'all, I'm not saying all, but I'm just being real. For some of you, it's almost like this. If you hadn't already done it, and you don't already have honest, real, sincere, tangible plans to be getting this stuff done right now, and that's almost even by and large, if you haven't already done it, you'd be better off trying to go to another brother's place as a servant.
Wait. We're going to get into that. We'll hit that at 2 hours and 30 minutes. We're going to talk about a very touchy topic.
I'm going to watch these numbers drop, but what we're going to tell y'all is the truth.
It's going to be a nosedive.
If you're sensitive, exit stage right now. You still got 16 minutes.
For those that are asking about Brother David's channel, he is, as far as the last time I heard, he is going to be doing a channel. But if you want this hyper spiritual, just like my channel, I am done with the hyper spiritual or the weekly Bible studies. It ain't gonna happen. I will tell you based on the Bible where I got my information and what I'm talking on. But if you're looking for me to say, "Thus saith Yah," open up the Bible to John chapter 14. Those days are over. If you want to hear talks about polygyny, those days are over. If you want to hear talks about how to get your wife to submit, if she ain't submitted yet, she ain't going to. Those talks are over. That's why we have our Friday night live stream to talk about those topics. From this point on, the weekly talks are going to be get yourself ready and preparedness.
Hey, and guess what we talking about when we hit on all those topics, my brother?
The Bible.
The word, the Bible. We ain't got to read you. Hey, according to Matthew verse 5:28, we can just say, hey, this is what the book says. We're teaching from the principles of the book. You want to find out where it is? Don't take my word for it. Read the book.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brother Alex, I'm going to send you that homestead link to the homestead group we have. But it's only for homesteaders, not for those that are pontificating.
Just brother. Hey, just the brothers is not for you.
I want to read a couple comments. Media said all this work and they want folks to believe polygyny is wrong. Right. But at the same time, a lot of guys that want polygyny have not fully thought about all this work, because when you think of another mouth to feed, I think about how many buckets is that again? How many 55-gallon barrels of corn is that again? How much garden space do I now have? I just cleared trees down to expand my potato gardens. I gotta do it again because a woman wants to join my house and she wants to come with a bad attitude
and tear your house down.
Excuse my French or Egyptian. Fuck that. I want to come to your house and
long enough to tear it down. You ain't even put in that much work yet.
I'm supposed to go out there and move 30, 40, 50-foot trees. Cut them down, buck them, move them, prepare the soil for you to possibly leave, for you to try out marriage. That's time that I'm taking away from gardening for the ones that have been faithful, for the ones that have been here, for the ones that have been on it. You want me to take that time away from you so that you can decide later on, well, I don't know if this is for me. Huh? And the sister Nigel Black said, started teaching my 2-year-old how to grow all hands on deck. You notice what she said. This is a sister now. Blessings to your husband's house, Sister Nigel Black. Blessings to his house. She said, all hands on deck. That means that every member of the house is fulfilling one obligation that needs to be done by the house or another.
And she must have meant, though, that the sisters, they would be inside under air conditioning, or, with a big pack of bonbons and watching as the niggas out there sweating days go by.
That's what she meant. That's what Sister Nigel Black meant. Sister Nigel Black, if we're wrong with your husband's permission, can you just let us know that we're wrong? Because that's probably what you were referring to, right? The woman, she's the queen in the house. She's just sitting there with her big ass bee head covering 3 feet into the air, praying in the spirit, while the man's out there dying of. That's what she meant.
Hey,
we all get what she was saying.
Brother Alex said, economy of scale is a great concept if you are a big enough leader to handle bringing on the extra people. I agree. Economies of scale can be a great concept.
Yes.
But when it comes to this situation of economies of scale through polygyny, it could also end up being economies of hell, because these folks who are trying to come in and do this have not established order in a monogamous situation. So a lot of times what'll happen is this dude may think, hey, my wife is in control. She's under my subjection, under my authority. Based on what? Because you don't fight all the time? Because she's learned how, and I'm not saying this you directly, Brother Alex,
right,
because you don't fight with Troy. I'm just saying oftentimes brothers are trying to, kingdom building through polygyny, but you look at their wife and you look at their children, and it's like, wait a minute, you say you building a nation? Nigga, your family is in shambles and it's just the two of y'all. you just asked her for a drink of water, and us 3 brothers just saw everything across her face. She done just cussed you out without saying a word, and you missed it, and you sitting there, with your chest all puffed out, like you doing big things. You just told your son to do X, Y, Z, and he's sitting there looking at you like, nigga, you do it. And you completely oblivious to it. In fact, he damn near cussing you out to the point where the brothers get heated. And we like, boy, if you don't sit your behind down somewhere, and you just still sitting there like, oh, poo-poo, what? It's okay.
Hey, with a baseball bat. Hey, with a baseball bat in his hand.
Right. Right. And I'm like, where are the cameras at? Are we being pumped or something? Because is this really happening?
It's like Ashton Kutcher's gonna come out and be like, "We got you." Like, I knew it, Ashton. That's a really weird thing. A lot of men, I'm looking for another wife. But my wife, and I'm like, here we go. My wife don't agree with it. She's threatening to take the children and leave.
Then that's the last thing you need to be trying to do. You about to train wreck y'all's vision for you before you ever even get the train moving.
You need to figure out what you're gonna do with her before you bring somebody else into that.
Yep. Is your house intact? No.
It is.
Like you had no, to be real, you had no business even thinking about bringing in another woman if you ain't even got a bedroom full of food for the family you got now.
Oh man.
I'm just keeping it real. Don't tell me you got 6 cases of water from Sam's and you think y'all straight. Like famine is a hurricane. Don't do that stuff, man. Don't embarrass yourself like that.
Hey, what if you got
Brother, you
Walmart
about to
full
kill
of
my
food?
numbers. We're at 47. That shit's going down to 26.
Yep. Hey, what if you got Walmart full of food? That don't count. If you got a direct path to you can get to Walmart.
No,
Just
you
add
know
them
that's
up.
gonna be cut off.
You better figure out how you're going to produce for that family. Because let me tell y'all something about food storage. Food storage runs out.
Ain't nobody that we've ever met in this stream, including ourselves, none of us are wealthy enough to just have a lifetime of food storage.
Nope.
So what that means is at some point in time, and for most of us, it's sooner rather than later, you're going to have to get to getting.
Yes, sir.
And that started for me immediately. I didn't have the luxury of saying, well, I'll just buy it. You think about it. A year's worth of food is just one bad mistake. One bad year. We had the Japanese beetles this year. They decimated my crop. We still had plenty to eat because I planted a lot. But imagine if it was a little bit worse.
Hey, FY. Now, people love talking about what Pa did on Laura Ingalls, right? They don't remember them parts of the book, though.
Nope.
When they was losing crops and just devastated because they had all, big plans on what they was hoping to do. And the crop was almost ready. And they like, oh, man, we finna shine. This crop about to come in. And
Gone.
then grasshoppers or whatever,
Man.
Japanese beetles, whatever, hailstorm, heavy rainstorm, come in and knock all that corn over. You looking at those seeds, but you don't see all of the different possibilities in which that seed package does not turn to fruition of that,
man.
What you expect it to be. What's your plan for that?
No, hey, on Little House on the Prairie, most of the time they only show the good years. It's rare that they show them lean years.
Yeah. And they talk about the lean parts in the book, but I forgot. Niggas don't be
reading.
Yep.
Hey, for real though, think about this. You in a lean year, your crops done died, and because your crops died, your animals died, or you had to butcher them and put them in the freezer and you just ate them. And now your family's hungry, and here comes Porky the pig across your property.
Man.
And your children are over there, Daddy, I'm so hungry. Daddy.
Or little Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny bouncing around in there.
A little squirrel. Yep. Just sit there on that tree like, what's up, nigga? You want to eat me?
A big bear.
Woo! Man, that's a lot of meat.
Cool.
Let's finish this up. It says oil and clothing. So clothing's the last one. Do you have these things?
You just said something the other night.
I see you saying LML. I don't know what LML means.
Hey, you just said something the other night. Most people don't even have sewing machines, sturges, or any of that kind of stuff. Don't have the first sewing kit in hand. Don't have any material. And if they do have that, don't have any extra material to make clothing.
Any.
Just don't have it. They think Black Friday is just going to be 24/7, 365.
Okay, laughing out loud. Okay.
I guess I'm missing it. How did that mean laugh out loud?
I think the M the M is supposed to be a O.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm short, Buzz. Don't mind.
Yeah. That's why I was confused. I was like, L laughing my loop. Never mind. But right, do you have a sewing machine? Do you have a serger? Do you have elastic? Do you have hook and loop? Do you have Velcro? Do you have thread?
Laughing mad loud. Okay.
Oh, mad loud. Okay.
That's new to me. That's new to me. All right.
I mean, people don't have this stuff. She said, people don't even know how to sew, brother. Right.
Man. Brother Ken said, can you repair your boots?
Oh.
Man. I remember one time we was talking about how we watched something where people was taking tire treads, and making shoes. Matter of fact, I think it's a company out there, a community out there in Missouri. They make shoes and peanut butter.
Yep, that's right.
It's like a hippie community.
Yep.
And they make flip-flops using old tires. And they make bank. Bank doing it. Woo!
Man.
Just think, do you have needles? Fabric? And when I mean by fabric, you should know that not every fabric's the same. See, I buy all the fabric for the house. Not every fabric's the same. You can't do with cotton what you can do with polyester.
Mm.
I'm just saying. Man.
Well, I guess we should take down the numbers. I guess we should go ahead and bring down about 10.
Sister Elaine said she saw that video, that guy making them those flip-flops with them tires. That was creative. I'm about to do it. You about to see Michelin on the bottom of my shoes.
It might take that. People don't get it. It might take that.
Woo. All
But
right.
now when your boots fall apart, now all of a sudden you are a great boot maker. You never even attempted it.
To be honest, wouldn't it be cool if you lost the sole of your boot or whatever, and you were able to fashion a tire down there? I mean, tires last forever on these roads. They should do well with these rocks.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take the numbers down real quick.
Mm.
We want to present something because a lot of brothers, a lot of men are trying to rush out and create a plan right now. And I'm going to be honest. I mean, in a sense, I was thinking about this when we talked about it on the phone, brothers. And in a sense, when I went to Pastor, I don't know what to call him now. Brother Joe Fox, Elder Joe Fox. I'm going to call him Elder Joe Fox. And you know what? I'm going to be very honest with what he did. I think what he did is very honorable. Because we do need younger men to start coming up and taking the lead. We love you, Elder Joe Fox. We love you. But
we'll just go ahead and say it. Shit. Some of y'all running out there real fast and you're trying to just throw your little plan together. But if you be honest with yourself, you're really not ready for what's coming down the road right now and what you're more than likely suited for. And I'm just being honest. Yes, every man should have his own land, but you have to take an inventory yourself. More than likely what you're suited for until you reach that certain plateau is to go to a brother that you know and trust and be a servant in his land with you and your family. Because together y'all are fare better. Just being real. But we already know that some of you not gonna humble yourselves because everybody want to think they own a 10 when you really operating at a 2 or 3.
I'll be honest. That time when I first came out and left Arizona, I would not have been successful had I not served Pastor Fox or Elder Fox. That time that I was on his land, I think it was for about a week. That was some of the most valuable time. Had I not done that, I would not have known what I was doing. No YouTube video. I needed to be next to him and have him. And no, it was just so some of y'all niggas out there who are gonna, he's a white man and he was just making you a slave. No, he wasn't. Because just like the Bible says, he left me with more. I went to Shofar Mountain with no home and I left with one.
Man.
So
hey, you left it better than you came, brother? Hold on a second.
I left Shofar Mountain with knowledge, tons of it. He fed me, and I left with a home, and I was only there 5 or 6 days.
They would never get it. See, we losing people on the concept right now because they're gonna be caught up and saying, "Well, brother say you should get your own land." Yeah, you should, but you should also know what your station is right now. I ain't saying it got to be for life, but you should at least know where your station is right now, because some men have the wisdom, the expertise to get you. Guess what? To get you rolling and to get you learning some skills that you know you haven't honed, so that when you go out to your land, you are ready.
Yes, sir.
And you know what?
So
I would. Because think of this. If you're a brother and you don't know how to build, you have no building skills whatsoever. And I mean literal building skills. Imagine you go to a brother's land and he helps you and teaches you while you serve him. He's showing you how to build a house, and you build your own 8x12. Well, if you can build an 8x12, you can build an 8x20. If you build an 8x20, you can build an 8x32. Then you can build an 8x32. You can build a 20x22 or by 32. You now have the ability to build your own house. And all you had to do was serve the brother. Well, guess what? Had you gone out to your own property by yourself, you would have gone out there and froze to death or died or got yourself in an extraordinary amount of debt.
Died of dehydration.
Yep.
I mean, when we really look at this,
get some sort of,
go ahead, bro.
Get some sort of crazy disease because you didn't know how to deal with your own waste.
Man.
You just thought you had it on wrap because you watched the YouTube video.
Man. Hey, well, I was just gonna say this. I like what Brother Alex said. He said, you want to serve Pharaoh or a brother that is submitted to Yeshua and obedient to Torah.
Pharaoh. I want to serve Pharaoh.
That's strong. That's strong right there. To be honest, I mean, if it were me, if I were in that situation, I would rather serve a brother more so than Pharaoh, because I know the brother gonna have my best interest at heart. The truth of the matter is, brothers are not literally seeking people to be servants forever.
I don't want you to.
I'm gonna just say this and then I'm gonna let it go. Most of us want to run around here and say we about Yah's word, we're about the Bible, we're descendants of Yaakov, Jacob, whatever you want to say. But the thing is, you won't do what Jacob did. Jacob lowered himself and postured himself to his uncle. And guess what? His uncle, I'm sure, gave him some more tutelage. So, and guess what? In the process, he helped his uncle place grow. Yes. He was about another man's business. So later on, guess what? His uncle could send him off, and then now he can start building up his family and his stock, and then somebody eventually will, guess what, want to serve him because he has paid the dues.
Right.
And that's just being honest. If Jacob was ready from the moment he left his father's home, just to go out there and do his thing, his parents would have sent him on that journey by himself. Go out there, boy, and get you some land and do the damn thing. No, he said, hey, I know you need a woman. You need a wife. Some of you could be getting wise. Watch this. You could be getting wise by earning them, by putting in some sweat equity.
Oh, brother.
By learning how to navigate yourself through Torah by a man that knows more Torah than you and how to apply it. Just saying.
I want to say first, shalom, Shabbat Shalom, hands him on. Shabbat Shalom, brother. Brother Andre, you just tore the whole scab off the skin. People don't understand the reality of servanthood. Sister Amy just said, proving thyself. That's real. We think, we'll say, here's a funny thing. Didn't we just have tabernacles?
Yes,
and
sir.
Tabernacles was about Israel leaving Egypt and tabernacling in the wilderness.
Yes, sir.
Most people left tabernacles and went right back to serving Egypt. Hey, landlord, here's my rent. Here's my light bill. Here's my water bill. You could go to somebody's land and they could teach you how to set up your own rain catchment, how to live simply. But instead, you'd rather drop $1,000, $12, $15, $2, $3, $4,000 to maintain what you think is your own independence. And in reality, none of us are trying to run your life. I know some of you may have come from some of those situations where your life was ran from morning to night. No? Are you going to be a servant? Absolutely. Do I have a lot of stuff to get done? Absolutely. But here's the thing. I learned a lot from Elder Joe Fox. He taught me this. You want your servant to leave better than they came. So when I served Elder Fox, I served him with a passion and with a love because he was doing something for me. He could have said, you know what, nigga? He probably wouldn't have said nigga, but you know what? You know what, brother? Go out there and suffer and figure it out yourself. Go out there and suffer because, see, a lot of you men, as Sister Amy said, you ain't proven. And you'd rather die not knowing, or you want somebody to sacrifice every day of their life trying to help you get started. When you could have simply just humbled yourself and said, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I want to come out, but I don't really know the first thing. Can I get 6 months on your land? I'll get a job in the system and put money towards the land, also put money away for myself, and also at the same time, I'm going to learn as much as I can. I want to learn how you do gardens. I want to learn how to shoe a horse. I want to learn how to process meat. I want to learn how to start a garden. I want to learn how to build a home. I want to learn how you run your family because maybe that may help me understand how to run mine.
Yes, sir.
Nobody's going to lord up. I'm not going to beat it in your head. But see, don't you serve the system? Don't you go to work and ask your master at work, master, how do you want me to flip this burger? Master, how do you want me to talk to this customer? Yep. I know I did. But then when it comes to your brother, you think that he's supposed to just open up everything to you and give you everything because he's got it.
Right.
Hey.
That's madness. Why don't you do what they did in the Bible? Hey, brother, 6 months. Can I help you for 6 months? I would love to build a little shed home on your property. Learn to live off grid for a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And you know what? If you are a honorable, hardworking servant, do you really believe your brother in this faith is going to let you leave empty-handed?
Mm-mm.
You may end up, your brother may be like, listen, brother, you're going to need some land. I got a quarter acre, brother. Brother, I'm trying to bless you so much, you're going to need more than a quarter acre. How about this? Get your land, and when you do, we're going to go over there and set up your chicken coop.
Yes, sir.
I got 50 eggs in my incubator waiting for you.
Yes, sir.
All of me is the place to go.
Man.
I got a couple. You remember those goats you helped birth last year? Those 3 goats? Yeah, brother, those are yours.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You remember them seeds that we harvested, that we bagged up? Yeah. You need to come over here and get some seeds. Because I know you now. I don't know you from YouTube or from text messages.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Man. Could you imagine Could you imagine a guy that was so impressive? And if you had a daughter or two laying around of maritable age, you get what I mean, and they ready to go get after it. They done learn what that father have taught them. Could you imagine what that man is looking like when he know his daughter? He done met this guy, been working with him arm in arm for a period of time, and the father is approving of him. You know what it's gonna what it would be like for that guy to be able to have the man's daughter. Oh Lord, you know that father gonna be like, hold on a second. He might even be like this. Hold on a second. I got an acre back there.
Yep.
Yep.
I got an acre back there on the end of the property. You've been so good. I just don't want to see you go like that.
That
If
man.
if you be so obliged, hey, I would love to have you part of you gonna be part of the family. Hey, y'all can get right back in. Guess what? We building an army. Now that's how you
Yep.
build kingdom.
That's
Now,
nation
people
building.
talk about building up a kingdom.
That's it.
That's real nation building. Hey, brother. You know what? Like you said, first of all, I want to say, seeing interaction between brother J.A. and Mrs. Lovely Dudley, his wife, that's so cute. She said, hey, my love. Woo! Some of y'all brothers, your wife be like, what the fuck you want? Aren't you supposed to be at work, nigga?
Get your own water.
Why you home so early? She said, hey, my love. They probably sit next to each other in the bed, typing. Anyways, you know how nice it'd be to be like, you know what, brother? You are such a hard worker. I don't want to see you leave. In fact, it'd be an honor to call you my son.
Woo!
I have a daughter right here who is of age, 19 years old. You know, you have an interest? You know, he's going to be like, nah, bro, I never even looked at her. I'm like, stop lying. Stop lying. I know my daughter's beautiful. I mean, come on now. I'm her father.
Yep.
And you know what? How about this? That corner over there that you had your house on, what if I sold that to you?
Woo!
So it's not like you living on my land anymore. That's your land.
Yes, sir.
That's an inheritance for you to leave you and your children.
Man.
And at the end of the day, if shit go down, we right here next to each other. Right here next to each other. See, I used to be that dude that was like, I ain't selling none of my land. And after working this land, I'm like, when am I ever going to do something with all this land? I'll never get to it all, ever in my lifetime.
Yes, sir.
Backyard, Sunday backyard farmer, shalom, shalom, shalom. I'll never get to all this land.
Nope. Can't cover it all by yourself. Can't cover all the whole property. I'm gonna just say something. Most of us is not even covering 10 acres, 5 acres by ourselves. You cannot man that type of property. I'm talking about securing it. You can't watch that. Not no one man.
That's it.
To be honest, y'all seen the homestead, y'all everything because I ain't showing everything. But I could adequately say the homestead that all the food that I'm growing, the chicken coop, the goats, everything, it's probably a little over 1 acre. A little over 1 acre. And I haven't even touched what I need to do actually on that acre. I still got a lot to do on it. So when I think about that and I think about brothers, I'm like, see, the reality is some of y'all are so traumatized from these other places you've been at. And you so badly want your independence. And you know what? I want you to have preeminence too. But if I could have done it differently, bro, I'm going to tell y'all something real. I am 39 years old. If I could have done this thing differently, I would have never taken that scholarship and gone to college. If I was in this faith and I understood it, and I didn't, But I would have loved to have gone to a brother who was walking this thing out. Brother, I will serve you.
Man.
Teach me the ropes. I will go get a job at Taco Bell and come home and work the land with you.
Hey, heathens get this. Heathens understand it. I mean,
Man.
You see blacksmiths do this with apprenticeships, welders, all different farm hands, all different kinds of people. They get this and they understand it. But for some reason, it seems like when it comes to us, we always expect that the proper thing for the older brother to do is just to give it to you, give everything to you, go over there to your land and be your servant, help you, not even help you, build everything else up for you because you didn't know how to do it for yourself. That's more of that mentality that we have, and it's just literally ass backwards.
It is. It is. We don't get that though. Yeah, brother. Sister Sheena Love, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Jay Morris, I don't see that against Torah. I don't see how that's against Torah. You went with him and said, "You worked here for 4 years, and I'll give you a portion over there." I don't see that as against Torah.
I would say it's not only is it not against Torah, it's completely within keeping the Torah.
That's right.
Because again, nobody's talking about stealing someone or having this person be a servant to you beyond, the agreed upon time. It is Torah. In fact, how we operate with so-called brothers in this modern day is exactly what is against Torah.
That's
when
it.
You have this person who's completely unqualified, even really to be out on a homestead, having his own land, because he doesn't even have a clue what he's doing, as I just said. And so here you are thinking you're being a good brother. Oh, well, let me come over here and help you out, which then equivocates to, let me come over here and do this for you. Let me build your homestead for you because you don't know what you're doing. Let me build it. That part is what's actually against Torah.
That is.
That's the imbalanced weight. It should be the older man, the younger man saying, hey, let me come and serve you, older man. But in actuality, what we see is the younger man stepping up, taking on way more than they can handle, and expecting the older man to then just come in there like they your daddy and come in and save you. That's against Torah.
Yes, sir.
If you come as a brother to my land, I ain't your daddy.
I think that's the.
Now, I may love you like a son, but that don't make me your dad, and that don't really make you my son.
Right.
Right.
What my hope is that you grow, and then hey, it's time for you to go, even if it means go to your side of the property.
Right.
Hey, go to your acre.
Yep.
And start your family, because then what you'll understand is as time goes on, hey, a piece of property a quarter mile may become open, but now both of y'all been working your asses off. Y'all got a little business going on. Now you may buy that piece of property over there, and as time goes on, you're building and expanding and buying. But it's not based on. It's each man's going to have his own preeminence. That's the end game. Each man's going to have his own piece of land. Y'all aren't moving under this land, under the rock. If I sell you that piece of property over there, name it. Well, name it what? Whatever you feel led to name it, but it ain't the rock, it's your land.
No doubt.
That's for you. Start your family. Get out of my covering. My job was to help you, to teach you what I know, and for you to be a better man than me. Now go. Yep. In fact, I'm a fence to the land, so you came in, come on my side without trespassing.
No doubt. Yes, sir.
Hey, you ain't coming. You gonna know when you trespassing. Hey, I was just stopping by. No, you ain't. You need to have your own entrance to your side of the property, your own gate, because that's yours over there.
Yes, sir.
J.A. Dudley said, "The Rock East." No. No.
Hey, I think that's the difference right now is that we actually having this talk when we know for a fact that there are many people that will not have the straight up talk from the start of things, from get go road, and be like, hey man, they're just sucking you into something. You go over there thinking you a brother and y'all equals, and that's the thing that men have to get over. But either way, they'll tell you y'all equals, and lo and behold, you coming in as a servant. See, it's different. We talking about rehabilitating brothers.
Yes.
That's what that y'all's plan is, for rehabilitation. Not for you to stay forever and get super comfortable and relax. Do I think there are some cases when some people that's just what they wanted to do? Yeah. But for the most part, it was about rehabilitation. You get yourself together and get the moving.
And if you want to stay forever, you know what the Bible says? Put your ear to my door frame. I'm gonna get an owl, and I'm gonna bore that. But the whole point of it is, I don't want you here forever.
Right.
My whole goal is for you to be taught and you to go fly, because this faith, Israel, was not created by a bunch of niggas sitting in the same piece of land.
Nope.
It was built and created by men expanding. Jacob went to Laban, and Jacob was such a good servant to Laban that Laban was like, don't leave. Work another 7 years. Even then, they were still begging for him to stay. But you look at the riches that Jacob left with. He had heads of cattle, sheep. He probably had some chickens too. He had wives. He had Jacob was balling. He was ready to establish himself on his own piece of property.
Hey, when he left there, I'm pretty sure Laban was like, well, damn, I done gave this mug everything. I don't know what else to give it. He done got all the daughters. He didn't got the handmaids that I gave the daughters. Oh my! Look at all of this stuff he got. And to the point to where Esau was like, "Who in the world is all these folks?
You balling?
This you? You know how we talk in the street? This you, nigga? That you?"
Man, Brother Alex said, I ain't trying to go to the doorpost and you haven't got your shit together. After 6 years, you probably never will. Right. 6 years is a long time.
It is.
If you can get a degree in college in liberal arts in 4 and 6, you should be ready.
That's it.
But no, brothers, no, we ain't doing that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get our own job and our own system. We're going to pay rent to our landlord. We're going to
all kind of interests.
Give him all sorts of interest. Well, then we got to pay our light bill so that, hey, after I'm done with all this, I leave with nothing.
Yep. In fact, I just leave indebted to him still.
I mean, can you imagine being a servant in a man's land and you bought some solar panels, you bought some batteries, you bought some of this and some of that, some tools and some of this and some of that, because listen, I ain't trying to take all your money. Yeah, you're gonna pay something, hell yeah. But I ain't trying to take all your money, because the hope is that you save up enough money to get out.
Hey, we ain't talking about no sharecroppers program.
This is my land. But yet, if you buy your solar panels and your batteries, because you're actually able to put your money towards what you want to put it to, guess what you get to leave with?
Your stuff.
And you know what? I might even encourage you to build your house on skids. So you can put that in the back of a truck and get that shit out of here too. So you have a home if you decide to go off to your own piece of somewhere else. Man.
Acquire and develop your rainwater harvesting system so that when you leave, all of that stuff can leave right with you. When you go to your land, you will automatically have everything you need to catch your rain, catch your water, filter, all of that stuff done. Because you acquire it here and you learn how to do it.
Every connection that I created while you're here, guess what you just created?
Those connections.
Those same. If I have a hey God, guess what you have?
Yep.
a hey guy. Man. But no, I'd rather go do it by myself and die.
Yep.
And that should really let you know, brothers, that's what brotherly love is. Our hope that you grow and get. Grow and get. Grow up and get out. But we would have done this whole thing in love so that we benefit from it. Obviously, yes, I'm going to benefit from it. But guess who also benefits from it?
He does.
You.
Yep.
In fact, you get to benefit more from it more than I actually do, because it's probably going to cause me some hurt, and I might even cry when you leave. Because I'm going to know, man, that was an excellent brother. I wish I could give him all my daughters.
Yes, sir.
I'd rather give him all my daughters than to give one to one of these Pookies or Ray Rays or Joaquim, Yah, Israel, whatever his name is. I'll just give it to a guy named John.
Yep.
John Johnson. And for you sisters, I don't even like talking about servanthood for y'all sisters, because y'all, that term, that idea is so foreign to y'all. Because everybody's marriage material. But most of y'all are simply just Hagar. Or Bilhah and Zilpah. Instead of being grateful to being part of a man's house, you want the position of Rachel. I'm Rachel. I know I'm Rachel. If we actually were interested in living this word, we would see, we would really see kingdom building. Most of y'all ain't trying to build no kingdom. You're just building a big pile of shit.
Yes, sir.
You're not really interested in what the Bible says. You're not, and even if you say you are, you're not about to follow it. You're gonna follow it while it's convenient. I'll be a servant. I'll come and be a servant. You're a servant. You have a child with him, and then you get your feelings hurt. I'm leaving and putting them on child support.
Hey, and I reiterate this for the record. Yes, all men should have their own land. Listen to that, should. But we do know that there are some instances where you may have, maybe you didn't start preserving yourself, looking ahead, preserving your family. And now you need what I would call is a reset. But that reset will require you to submit yourself to a brother who is in a better position than you are. Now, we do not advocate by no means that if you find yourself in this position, that's one thing when I say you need to know your status, your current status, your current situation. We don't by no means think that brothers who are needing rehabilitated or reset to go submit yourself to a guy doing worse than you are.
Oh man,
that would be retarded. To a guy, you do not go submit. Hey man, I'm in a tight. I need some help, man. I see you. Logging or timber framing or whatever it is, and that's an interest of mine, and I want to learn it. You don't go to the guy that he buy all of his stuff at Home Depot, but you interested in timber framing.
Right.
You don't do stuff like that. Or you don't. I would never go be a part of submit myself to a brother, and then he ain't got no water catchment for himself. He got 3 days of water for himself. What? Not that kind of stuff. We talking about you know the brother is wise. You have common interests or something you want to learn. You might not. What if you don't know anything about farming or gardening? But there's a guy that really knows that thing. You just got to be honest with yourself. We, in the occupational world, we have submitted ourselves because we wanted to be in that field of work. We have submitted ourselves to people and say, hey, I want to learn that skill. So I see Brother Joe Bob, he got cows. I'm finna go learn about cows because that's what I want. We'll submit ourselves under apprenticeship, as Brother David say. Then we become a journeyman and all of that other stuff until we become a master livestock person, cattle ranch. We'll do that until we learn it, and guess what we'll do? We'll go and start our own, get ourselves ready to start our own thing. And we wouldn't complain about it because we know we're going to reap the benefits of it. So we're not saying by all means, hey, if you got you some land right now and you are doing well, you know what to do, you got the leadership ability already honed and all the skills and all of that ability to make it prosperous. No, we talking about to the guys who know they ran out there, you bought some land, and when I say bought some land, you probably need to buy it cash. You put a little something on it. I got 5 on it. You put a little something on it, and you know you struggling. You came out of the city, you ain't hardly got a good job to do anything with. You know you scrolling around the toilet bowl. We talking about those type of things. You squandered your opportunity. You know, you can't even keep your family intact. It's no way in the world if you can't keep your family intact when y'all was in the city, how you gonna do it when there's nothing left, no facility? How you gonna do that again?
Man.
If you couldn't keep them intact when everybody was full, how you gonna do it when folks are hungry?
Man.
Or when times are lean?
Yes, sir.
That's it, Brother Andre. You just spoke a mouthful right there. Because we are in no way saying, again, let me say this clearly, we do not want you to be a lifetime servant. Hopefully, my goal is you wouldn't even be here a couple years. My hope is that you would learn what you have to learn, because this is also an opportunity for you to save some cash. While you working in the system, you saving it. You're not giving it back to Pharaoh. And what you're not giving to Pharaoh and you're not saving, I'm using so that you can eat. So that I can eat. Because you have to understand, homesteading takes money. It takes resources. And wouldn't it have been a nice idea for you to come out and be able to drop 75% or just pay off your land outright because you saved up your cash for a year or two, than it is for you to be in a lifetime plan of debt?
Man, ain't that the truth? Serve those universities for the rest of your life.
Yes, sir.
It's okay, brother. I only owe $130,000.
Woo!
That was for 4 years of education and stuff that you could have read in a library book for.
Yes, sir. There you go.
You ring up $150,000 a year, and you only make $45,000 a year.
Hey, I'm a hit Brother Ken question. I think I saw him saying earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Ken. You said something about, you've been working on your son's land, and you asked, is it a shame to work or to serve a younger man? I say hell no. And I'm gonna just be honest, even in the position you talking about with your son, let's just be real. And I'm just gonna, because I can speak on my own son. My youngest son is way wiser than I were. He's 24. I'm 45. He way wiser than I was at 24. Now, I would like to say he done took a lot of these long talks and ass whoopings, because I was very candid with him about what I did wrong and right at the time I was doing wrong, and the things I did right. But at where he's at now, I was not even close to that. So I just use that as an example. There's going to be some young men that already have been pulling in all of this wisdom from their fathers, grandfathers, or men around them in their community, or whatever the case is. So I don't see where that's a shame, even if it's not your son, to serve a younger man, because the bottom line is you got to look at what is the end game here. The end game is I'm gonna use this like a springboard. That's the end game. I'm using this like a springboard to propel myself to where I need to be. Just straight up. Now, because it's your son, that's even better. Because the same way he may be in a better position. You are actually pouring into him at the same time, whether he notices it or not.
Right.
You giving him an edge that he don't normally have. Remember, they say it's an old saying that say the younger will be more, a little bit more wiser, but they won't be as strong as us, the generation before them.
Yep.
So that's how I look at it. It's like a give and take situation.
Yep. Yes, sir. Man. I just think that's, especially with where we're going. That's why I say, when the ark door is closing, some of us are going to have to start thinking a little bit beyond this Western world. What we're talking about right now is a biblical relationship. This is just as biblical as polygyny is. Now, everybody wants to focus on polygyny, but this relationship between brothers is just as biblical. And we skip it. We want to talk about polygyny and adding wives to our household, and that's it. But we don't understand the level of connection, the level of, Brother Lamar, you're right. It's exactly a covenant. That's exactly what it is. Those two brothers are going to be covenanted together literally for the rest of their life.
Yes, sir.
It's not kinda, it's completely a covenant, brother. You want it. You want it. Brother, I hope you're not confused what we're saying. Are we saying that a man should not own land? No, we're saying a man should. But you look at how we do it today. We go to college, we work our ass off, and then, eventually we get to the point where we decide to buy land. How much more biblical, how much more righteous, how much more loving, and how much more careful would it be?
Yes, sir.
To have that entrusted brother who wants to see you succeed as much as you want to see you succeed. Because in this world, the world don't give a shit if you succeed or not. In fact, most of these companies hope that you pay on their land for a couple years and then
default,
so they can take it back and resell it for the same, the new market value price, having kept everything that you already paid them. So essentially,
yes, sir.
You done improvements on it. You may have put up a couple sheds on it. You may have cleared some trees on it. You may have put in septic on it, and they say, "Oh, you defaulted. It's ours." And now we get to raise the price on it because now it's got septic on it. Now it's got a power line on it. Now it's got power to that shed cabin on it. Man, so instead of going that route, how much more better would it be? Because you think about it, I hear about brothers that are going out there and buying shed homes. I'm like, imagine if you just learn how to build your own.
Man,
them shed homes are as expensive as shit. Imagine if you just got a year of training. I didn't have any training when I came out here. I built the home that I live in right now, and I had no home building experience.
That's something, brother.
Now imagine you got to come here and learn from my mistakes. When I was underneath firming up the floor because I screwed it up. Imagine you never screwed it up. You just went out and built your house on point on your property. And you were like, oh man, so I don't even have to start off with the full building. I could literally build, as we did, a 12 by 24 and then just extend to the front of it and the back of it as my family grows. I don't have to go out and get, and people will be surprised. I didn't spend for my house, and this is a 12 by, wait, no, it's not. It's 8, 12, 12. So 32 by 24. That's what I live in right now. And do you know I've spent under 10 grand on this? 32 by 24 with dual loss. And I spent under 10 grand.
Man.
People spent over 10 grand on a 12 by 24.
Yes, sir. Shed home.
Man,
unfinished. No insulation.
Yep. And probably, I would say probably half of that is material cost.
Yep. Yep.
Man.
Because once you learn the skill of building, you can always extend. If you bought it and you're paying for it monthly, you still have to learn the skill of building.
And in that situation, you're still paying not only the materials costs, in addition to that, you're paying the fact that someone else built it, and in addition to that, you're paying interest on it.
Mm.
So, let's just say they just said it's going to cost 20 grand or whatever. I'm just saying, but by the time you pay off a 20 grand note over 5 years or something at those interest rates, what are you paying? It's not 20,000.
No, it's not.
It's probably 30 to 40.
Yeah.
You know, and that's if it's at 5 years.
Double.
So anyway.
And you could have started as a brother on somebody's land in a 12 by 12 or an 8 by 12. And you know what? As much as people don't like hearing it, you can have your family in a 12 by 12. You can have a wife and a child and be in a 12 by 12 and be all right. There are people who live in tents. Them, their wife, and their child or two.
You know, and I just want to say this real quick too, because so part of this will be, you know, error on the behalf of other brothers coming into this situation who should realize that that's really what they should be doing or should have done. And then the other part would be error on other brothers like myself, because I just speak for myself first and foremost. And that's why I made the comment that I made to brother J.A. Dudley when he said, or someone made a mention, I think it's the disconnect between brothers is sad. And he said, well, I don't think it's a disconnect. I think that they're not really brothers. And I said, no, I disagree. I think there is a disconnect between brothers. Here's what I mean by that. Where some brothers could have come in and I could have been in a position to say, well, hey, brother, if that's what you want to do, you can come here and serve here while you get yourself situated and squared away. And then, you know, then you can be better off and you go on to do what's next for you. Sometimes the disconnect can be on us, on our side as well, where you're like, man, I ain't trying to have these folks around. I ain't doing that. I don't know nothing about them. So it's an all-encompassing, all-around thing that we're talking about, it where the brothers need to grow who are in a position where you have to grow to recognize you're not quite ready to make that leap or do that jump yet. And so you would be better off going and serving another brother first. So those in that category have to grow. And then those in the other category have to grow who have come out and done it or are doing it rather, but then to be able to have enough trust, if you will, to be able to say, all right, well, hey, I'm gonna help this brother out. I'm gonna allow this brother to come onto my land and be a servant here for this period of time so that I can pour into him everything that I know and then bless him on his way out. That's part of the disconnect as well. And I can just speak to that from a first-hand perspective. And the reason why is because, and we talked about it earlier, the reason why is all too often dudes will try to come up with this or use this as a come-up scheme and, you know, come in and just be bullshit. They're not trying to serve anything there. They come in and bring in drama issues and all this kind of stuff. And so that makes us kind of gun-shy from dealing with dudes in a real brotherly way, because, and it's not because they're not brothers now, because y'all made some, he made them. He made them. So that's what I meant by that, you know, kind of what we talked about earlier. Just because somebody decides, hey, I'm not gonna come out. I'm just gonna stay in the city and die if that's what it takes. All right, well, that doesn't mean that person's not a brother. That just means y'all created him to be a martyr. That's what it is. So, hey, hallelujah, brother, die in peace, or and you know, y'all speed to you on your journey, your martyrdom. That's what I mean by that. But you know, sometimes we get burned in our dealings with people, and so that can make us gun shy of even extending that offer, knowing that 9 out of 10 people will use it for a come-up scheme and use it.
Yes.
They'll abuse your kind-heartedness, if you will.
Yes.
They will abuse brotherhood. You know, they'll come hang out so that you can counsel their wife and get their wife squared away, and then you know, as soon as you've done the best that you could, hey, you turn around and them jokers gone. No, thank you. They didn't even have the decency to clean up their own trash off you later.
No.
Woo!
So you
Or
know,
some of these cats be like, yeah, brother, all I want is brotherhood. And they really just there to try and snatch up a woman off the channel,
That's
expand their household using you. And then as soon as they get here, they go off somewhere to create Remnant Ranch. I mean, y'all know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we get you, bro. We get you.
It's
Y'all
a big
on
scheme. I've
That's
had cats come to me and say, hey, brother, the Most High told me to tell you that I'm supposed to come to your land, and you going, I'm like, see, if there's dudes out there like that.
Yep.
And mind you, this channel's not about you have to come to me to get a woman. That's not what this is about. But if you come here to get a wife, and you get a wife and are gone, I'm looking at you like, so you weren't really about the brotherhood that you claimed you wanted. You were about pussy.
Yes,
and
sir.
that does offend me and piss me off. Because I was investing in you as a brother, and you were looking, you were shaking my hand and looking over my shoulder at all the other women that you could possibly get.
Yep.
And I thought you were looking me in the eye.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
The sad part is we didn't got to experience this. We didn't actually get to see this with our own eyes. Hear this stuff with our own ears. Watch it displayed in front of us. Because brotherhood for some people is different. You know, some people brotherhood is by the book, and some people brotherhood is by their own book.
Yes.
I mean, you really find out who brothers are. Also, Brother Ken, I apologize, brother. That wasn't your question. I found out that was Brother Darrell Big question. I'm so sorry. I won't even say my bad. My mistake, brother. I apologize. Now we just got to do better. We was talking about this earlier today because it's important. It's getting on down the wire, y'all. And you better be banding together. I'm just saying, we've been talking about it. They got plenty of people out here with intentional community. That means these people have purpose in their heart to build a community. Whether it be, I'm just saying, you got people doing it like that outside of Israel or outside of the Bible. So you mean to tell me we got this big ass Bible, supposedly the Ruach HaKodesh, and we can't get it together? We don't know how to treat brothers. We don't know how to humble ourselves. Then that's what the case is. We just bullshit. That's just being real. If I have to sum it all up, and that would include me, we just been bullshit.
Yes.
We just been talking. We ain't living nothing.
Yes.
And it's too late to start living it when you see all hell breaking loose. I think I saw somebody say the purge is real out there in the street. It's a little too late to be running around after you see people killing people for food. It's a little too late when they kick. Hey, when they're not even knocking on your door. They standing there trying to knock it off the hinges. With you and your little foe and no more.
Yep.
We gotta cut that stuff out, man.
Look at what Brother J.A. said. He said, brothers are for building fellowship, security, guidance, and accountability. You notice in there, it didn't say pussy.
Yep.
Brother Alex said, you want to build Israel? Create a network. This is so powerful. This, what Brother Alex said right here. Brother Alex, you've been spitting game ever since. I don't know what it is. You turn in that bell.
Hold on, time out, brother. Brother Alex, last time I checked, Brother Alex was not black.
Brother Alex is as white as snow.
Just last time I checked, but do you see what this brother is saying?
Spitting game.
100%. That's how, I mean, that spirit right there is the spirit of a brother.
Go ahead, brother.
I just had to put that out there.
That's a brother right there. While some of y'all are still choking down, he ain't black. He done spit more truth than many of y'all niggas who run around wearing Power Ranger outfits, looking like Leonardo and the Pink Ranger.
Yep.
He done spent more knowledge. So I'm not trying to hear y'all. He ain't a brother. Well, he may not be your brother, but he my brother. And if he's my brother and he ain't your brother, guess what? You ain't.
You ain't my brother.
You ain't my brother. I don't give a damn if your skin color is mine. You ain't my brother. Go ahead and call me a coon. I'm waiting for it. Go ahead and type it in the chat.
I'm gonna start wearing the t-shirts.
He said, you want to build Israel? Create a network so strong that your great-grandchildren have suitable spouses. That takes brothers, bloodlines aligning now.
Woo!
You know what? I'm going to jump ahead. It's not even great-grandchildren. If you want your children to have a suitable spouse,
there it is.
You better start creating some real covenants, some real, I'm talking real community right now.
Yep.
Let me tell y'all, I didn't have nobody that I looked at when I looked around. I didn't have anybody that was suitable for my children to marry. I was like, nope. Well, looks like my daughter's gonna be in my house until they're 60. Then you start hanging around some real brothers, and you like, huh? It looks like my son's gonna have a wife, and my daughter's, thank you, father, because the Apocrypha says it's a weighty matter for a man to marry his daughter off, and it is a weighty matter because you ain't trying to kill nobody because they whooping up on your daughter.
Mm.
It's a weighty matter to keep you out of jail. So at that point, it's a beautiful thing when you find brotherhood, real brothers who are walking this thing out. You're like, man, I ain't got to worry about my daughters no more. Hallelujah. I mean, I'm going to be real with y'all. My children, my daughters, they know who they're performing for. So when they're getting ready as they're growing up, they know, Daddy, you know, this is how my daughters talk. Do you like that brother? Yeah, I like him. Why? Well, I'd like to get married one day, and I think that so-and-so would be a good husband. Listen to what they said. They first checked to see if I like the brother.
Hallelujah.
They didn't say, Daddy, I found somebody. He served the most high.
Mm-hmm.
The most high. Not the most high, the most high. They asked me, did I approve of the brother first? Then they let me know. So now, as they're being raised, I can tell them, the way you're acting, do you think so-and-so would like that? They have a focus. They know what they're getting ready for.
Keep them on track.
It keeps them on track. They know exactly where they're going.
Yep, they motivated.
Yep, they sure are, brother.
Hey, I bet you at them feast days, I see them young folks running around there. I bet you they be motivated when they see them folks.
Mm-hmm.
They see how they being reared. They hear how they fathers speak. They hear how their mothers speak. They hear how the other siblings speak or how they act toward one another. It's motivation for them to tighten their behind up when they at the house.
That's right. That is right. Brother J.A., you want it, brother. That's how the Hebrew dating network actually functions. You meet at the appointed time. That's right.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, between the feast, the appointed times, those children know, I better get together. Because every year that goes by, because I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm the father. So if my daughter finds an interest in a boy, or one of the boys finds interest in a daughter, me and that father talk. Because at that point in time, you're not talking about covenant. A deep covenant in which this union could bring forth our grandchildren. That's big time. Not putting your daughter's profile up on some website or letting some pastor marry your daughter off. That's taking the accountability yourself, making sure that your daughter is going to be married to a man that's honorable. See, we're talking about something way different, though. This is different than westernized traditional religion, where the daughter runs off and whores out there for 15 years and then comes back when she's 33, 34. I'm looking to get married. Brother Andre, you have an adult daughter, right?
Yes, sir. 22. 22.
Isn't it honorable that she's waiting for you to pick them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is. It's an honor to know that she ain't in a hurry. When I say she ain't in a hurry, I'm gonna just say this: she's not running her mama down and say, "Hey, tell daddy I heard of so and so or so and so trying to holler at me or some old weird ass stuff." It's an honor for her just to sit back and say, "Hey, dad, if you don't get him, I guess he ain't gonna be here."
Woo!
It's an honor to see her sit back and pour. And every now and then I go and encourage her and say, "Hey, you know I ain't forgot about you. You know I be watching and looking. I mean, when I go to feast days, I be looking. When I'm here back at the house, I still be looking. But I'm also like you. I'm careful about what I do."
Yep.
Well, because to be honest with you, what Brother Ellis is talking about right now, and I'm just gonna be honest with y'all, the pickings is slim. And I'm gonna even say this: we don't want to talk about this shit, but the picking is slim amongst young men.
Yep.
For young women. I'm gonna just be real with you. I don't want my daughter struggling and going through all of these. Me and her mama did that shit when we were 17, 18 years old, 19 years old. When we started out, we done went through all them hard times when you got to drag the children through all of this stuff and you learn as you go. I don't want her to do that shit, man. I want a motherfucker that's established. And I said, motherfucker, I want a motherfucker that's established. You got your shit together. You know what you're doing. You ain't skating around waiting on pastor whoever to tell you some wild ass shit. No, I want you to be able to move on the word of Yah, not the word of some other nigga.
Yep.
Even if it mean me.
Yep. I want
you have your own relationship with Yah.
I want my daughter to be so set that when I give her away, you ain't gonna hear me coming in between that no more. Daddy has done his job. I have transferred possession of you, which is what's supposed to happen in a westernized religion. I'm transferring ownership of you to this man because I vetted him, I checked him, I worked with him, he has served me, he has put in time, I know him, and I know his father.
Yes, sir.
Me and his father is cool. So now I know this. If that son started acting up, his own father would beat his ass. Be like, you ain't about to mess up. You about to mess up my brotherhood with Brother John or Brother Ken. You about to mess us up because you messing up his daughter.
Yeah.
Right.
Get your ass over here. I'm about to whoop your ass.
Right. Right. That's real brotherhood when the father-in-law don't have to check in because the two fathers have such a relationship. The father go and check in and say, "Hey, boy, you just asked I can't. You know I didn't come over here for nothing. I didn't come over here to fucking talk. We got a problem." That's brotherhood.
That's it.
That's it.
Or vice versa with your daughter. When the call come down through there, and that mama called through there and say, "Hey, your daddy want to talk to you." He heard it was some sad. Yep. It was some unacceptable conversation that make the house look bad.
Man,
I told them, I said, when that happens, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have my son-in-law right over here, and he's gonna watch me chew your ass out. So that everybody here is clear. In fact, I want the son-in-law's father, my brother, to be here. And we're gonna have this conversation in front of everybody. So that you know I didn't teach you this, number one.
Yep.
You're running rogue right now. And I do not approve of this.
That's it, bro. That's what I talk to my daughters about. and so it will be no surprise. They already know where I stand. You're not finna leave this house and go out there and cause my name to be drugged through the mud.
Oh
because
man.
you decide you trying to operate in your feelings and emotions like you ain't been trained no better.
Yes, sir.
No, brother Ken, we didn't use you as an ass kicking example. Oh, no, brother. We just said this. Brother Ken crazy.
Oh, man.
We just kind of laying it out on the line so that y'all can understand. Some of us are serious about this.
Yep.
This is why I can honestly say, when it comes to marriage, even for my house, most people ain't ready.
No.
You're not ready for my children. You're not ready for me. You're not ready. I'm ready for me. No, you're not. You ain't serious enough.
Yes, sir.
Most people ain't ready for the feast days, brother. You done tripped up. I done seen you tripped up so many brothers on directions coming to your damn house. And I'm not talking about because the directions was unclear. What I'm saying is brothers are used to being force-fed or spoon-fed like babies, so they can't accept you not giving them the full coordinates or the full address, so they can't follow step by step. Hey, I need you to go to X, Y, and Z. Or I need you to call me when you get here. No, they got to have the whole thing laid out for them, and then they want to ride up there like they got it going on. When most time, you niggas just being tested for following basic instructions to see who gets. Because if something broke out during the feast days, nigga, when somebody say, duck, can you drop to the ground and duck? Or you gonna be like, hey man, why we ducking? Or who you think you talking to? We talking about here basic. You done tripped up more people. I done seen it with my own eyes. You done tripped up more people with just getting to the land. Brother David had too. Just coming to the land and following basic instructions. So yes, they're gonna be being that are leery about you being a servant in a brother that's a servant unto them, because shit, you can't follow basic instructions.
Nope.
Man.
And brother, I'm just
Without an
talking because
attitude.
we've had brothers try to come to the feast. Brother, what's your address? I ain't telling you that shit. What's your coordinates? I ain't telling you that either. Here's what I'm gonna do. When you get to this location, call me. And then I'll give you more directions from there. When you get to that location, go to this location. Call me. When you get to this location, call me. Tell me what you see. When you get to this location, call me. And then I'll meet you there. Hey, bro, why don't you just give me your address? Because I ain't giving you my address. You can't follow simple instructions. You don't need to be here. This is my home, and this is my family. And some of y'all are riding dirty. Some of y'all come to the feast day only so that you can spend 2 or 3 days here and leave. And now you know where I live.
That's it.
And I'm going to be real. When shit go down, you ain't about to show up here. Hey, we brothers.
Hey, that's a mistake that I made when you started earlier talking about, hey, being nice is done and all of that. That's a mistake that I made that will not happen again. And for them, they know who they are. Hey, show up over here on some bullshit unannounced if you want to. That's all I'll say.
I'll give you an address. I'll say, hey, go to this Walmart. You might just pass up my property and go to a Walmart 30 minutes away. Do you think I care? No.
Hey, y'all was doing good. See, y'all done made me say the word. I was being all professional in my speech and stuff until that one. And I said, y'all show up over here with that if you want to, niggas.
Right. They'll be shocked and surprised.
Mother Kate, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom to you, and I guess we call him Elder Fox now.
Man.
That's deep.
Tripped up on basic instructions.
Right.
Brother J.A., that's right. OPSEC. That's exactly, especially because y'all know who run the channel. I had a dude who used a video, who used the GPS. He knew I worked at a hospital. He used the GPS saying my exit was like 30 minutes away. He listened to that, and he showed up at my work talking about I'm one of the 2 witnesses, and that y'all told him to tell me to let him move on my property, and the dude had everything that he owned on his vehicle and drove out from Texas. I think it was Austin, Texas, to the hospital that I worked at.
He must have been a liberal. Never mind. My bad. I digress.
He was like, handouts? Handouts? Are we offering handouts here?
Oh, man.
So what we're trying to tell you is we're trying to tell you some stuff that's big. It's in the Bible. It's biblical. The problem is that we have not seen many of these examples lived out unless it's abuse. What I mean by abuse is people taking advantage of other people by not giving them the full instruction. You're my brother. Hey, give me your money. You're my brother. No, I'm your servant. Just be real with me. Just say I'm your servant, and I can at least honor you by knowing you told me the truth.
Right. Yes, sir.
If you tell me I'm going to be a servant, I can roll with the fact that, because I know that at least you're going to be real with me all the way through.
Yes, sir.
But if you try to tell me I'm a brother, yet you taking my shit, don't make me sing. I'll sing on this live stream because I've been practicing in the bathroom. I'll do it. All right. Y'all asked for it. This is to the tune of Silver and Gold. Give me your shit.
Give it to me.
Give me your shit. I'd rather have your land. Just give me your shit.
Give it
I
to
want
me
your
now.
land and your deeds.
Woo!
Just lay it at my feet. I'd rather have your shit.
Give me your shit.
Your inheritance and deeds.
And your wife and your daughter too.
Yeah.
Give me your
Deeds.
I know I can have mine. There it is.
Okay, I'll stop.
Then you hit the
Man, I like the part in your daughters too. That was smooth. I heard that clear in there. Woo!
I'd rather take yours.
I told you I was gonna sing it. They heard me. I was in the shower and I was singing that song, I was freestyling it, and they were like, "He ain't gonna sing this song." I told them, I said, "I'm singing this song on the live stream."
Oh, man.
Man,
Silver and Gold. Kirk Franklin.
That's it.
no, hey, we got to start seeing this stuff in real time.
Yep.
We got to start being doers of the word. And then I know it starts with us, brothers. I mean, that's the first. The buck begins and starts with us. Everything begins and starts with us. And then, of course, you know, our sons emulate us.
Yes.
If we got brothers doing the same thing, we are bound to get back to how the ancient days were. The old path.
And if you want to get back to those ancient paths, it doesn't start with somebody else. It starts with you.
Yes,
it starts with you standing up and saying, "Man, I can do this. I can do it." If y'all think that we're the first ones to do a lot of this shit, you're wrong. If you think we're the first men of color or Hebrew men to do this, you're wrong. There are many others who have done this before us.
Nothing new under the sun.
Nothing new.
Hey.
Nothing. So you can do it. And you know, this goes to everybody. Sisters, you can do it. I know it's not popular to live the Bible. But you could do it. You can do it. Brother J.A. said, be the example. You can do it. Set the example. Be the one that say, you know what? I know it's against modern, westernized religion, but maybe if I just go off and do it, it may inspire somebody else. Y'all be surprised to figure out, even though this is the Follow Yahshua channel, Brother David was out here before I was.
Hey, folks love being a rebel, brother. You know, we love being a rebel. What better way is it than that? Than to, you know, snub your nose at the system and say, you know what? I know the system preaches convenience and comfort, and that's who I should serve. Laziness, lethargy, just, you know, sitting around doing nothing. Now, I'll rebel against that. I'll actually get out and produce, create, work with my own two hands and make something.
I embrace, you know, I had somebody tell me that that they heard from a ministry that I was a disturber. And I was like, didn't Ahab, when he was talking to Elijah one time, said, what do you want, O disturber of Israel?
Wow.
You know what? I'll disturb Israel. I'll disturb this faith. If it means walking, I mean, wasn't Yahshua a disturber of Israel? Didn't he go against the biggest religion at that time? The Pharisaical religion? You have to look inside yourself and ask yourself the question, do you want to acquiesce? Do you want to go along to get along? Or do you want to say, you know what? I'm willing to kick against what everybody else is saying if it means that I serve Yah.
Man.
Hey,
some things need to be disturbed.
Man.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Didn't
some systems need to be disturbed.
When it came to the healing, was it the pool of Bethsaida? When the angel disturbed the water?
Disturbed the water.
Yes, sir.
Mother K said, no time for weakness.
Stinks.
Yep. Mother K said, no time for weakness, family. Stuff is getting worse. Our son called and said the sheriff in his county found a Haitian woman from the border walking along the road in southeast Kansas, miles from anywhere. She refused help, just kept going. This is a horrible situation for her and a result of democratic policies. Can you imagine that?
I almost made a statement about some dams, but I'm working on some language. So
no, you have to go in, Brother David.
Man.
Do it.
I behave. I just say, what a shame that is.
Yes.
Sleepy Joe.
Here's the thing. Because of people's willingness to move, it's not going to just be Haitian women walking down unknown roads.
No.
It's going to be so-called women of the faith because you refused Yah's correction. Because you refused his counsel. You basically refused to do the book.
Wow.
Because what we say apparently is so foreign. We say covering. Get covered. Join a man's house, and that is like we cussing people out. People are fighting against us tooth and nail like we just spoke Antichrist. When we spoke straight from the Bible. We tell you men. We just gave you another option that's biblical. You can become a servant. You can buy your own land. You can do about this many ways. But the one way that you shouldn't do is sit up in Egypt. That's the one way you shouldn't do it.
And remember, before we even brought this up, we told y'all sensitive ass folks to exit stage right now. So if you're offended, your feelings hurt or whatever, and you just want to sit in Egypt because you can and you ain't gotta, hey, stay there then. Yah speed on your destruction.
Yes, sir.
I want to shout out a brother because, well, he already said that I can mention his old occupation, but Brother Alex. Brother Alex was a state trooper for wherever he was that he lived. And that ain't y'all business. But wherever he was that he lived, he turned in everything and left Egypt. Think about that, brothers and sisters. He left essentially what paid him.
And it wasn't them forcing him out, it was his choice.
He walked away. So I'm going to esteem, the Bible said, let another man's lips praise you. I'm going to praise Brother Alex because that move, we got men today who can't leave this world. We got women today who can't leave this world. They try to spiritualize their oppression. I'm just cursed. That's why I'm here. No, you're just stupid. That's why you're there.
Or you curse because you continue to do the same sins.
Yes. Yes. Sister Lovely Dudley said it's because they're not ready to humble themselves. They're busy being, oh man, sister, I'm going to lose like 5 subs. They're too busy being queens.
I'm watching the numbers. I know y'all
at
in
40,
here. I'm watching.
It's at 47. And Sister Amy said something key. She said, and that right there most likely saved his life. Talking about Brother Alex. Woo! Man. Wow. That's some fire. That's some fire. But Alex said, bless y'all. It was a hard decision, but only obedience can bring blessings. Oh, man. Only obedience? Only obedience? You mean he didn't spiritualize it? The Bible says I got to feed my family.
And that's a career. I mean, folks need to stop and think about that. That's a career. That wasn't a fly-by-night, let me just go on and hop into this because it seemed like something I want to do. And you go through some stuff to become a trooper. That man, he invested some stuff, some blood, sweat, and probably tears.
Yep. I'm going to be real. When Brother Alex said that he was a state trooper, I was like, and you want to join the Brothers Chat? Why? You a state trooper? Then I got the opportunity to meet him, talk with him on the phone, hear his words in this chat, and I come to the conclusion. And now he's left. I come to the conclusion. He's either a really good CIA agent or he's just a really good brother.
I'll go with the latter.
I go with brother. Wow. All right, Sister Elaine asked a good question. Let me go back to Sister Elaine's question. I have a question with permission from my covering. My son offered a family friend who's a CNA to come live on our property. As I get older, she would care for me. Would that count as covering for her? That's a good question. Is she going to be submitted to your covering?
Right.
Or that's the question. If she's submitted to your covering, she's covered. Essentially, she'd be kind of like a handmaid to you. Either the CIA would never send a man without a beard to this community. He doesn't have a beard.
Oh.
Brother Alex, you were cool until you said you didn't have a beard. I mean, I did see you, and I did notice you didn't have a beard, and I still called you brother. But hey, I have to front now because you put me on front street in front of everybody else.
Yep, man.
You don't have a beard? Whatever. Bless you, brother. Brother J said he has some stubble now. He said he has a beard now, mother suckers. He called me a mother sucker.
Hey, that's the second time this week. At least he didn't say y'all some cold-hearted.
Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded.
Oh gosh. We want to plan ahead so my sons can concentrate on work. You know what? That's actually a wise plan. I'm just being real, sister. I'm gonna call you mother, Mother Elaine. That's a wise plan to, especially with the way the world's going, to have somebody. You know what? Just having a CNA or a RN or an LVN, have any one of those people, a respiratory tech, any one of those people on your property is a wise plan.
I agree.
I'm just saying. Dentist. I mean, if you're a dentist, hey, I have an opening in my household.
Me too. Oh, man.
If you're an RN, LVN, hey, I have an opening. Okay, I'll stop. Brother Ken said, dang, y'all talk my phone to death again. Well, you know, Brother Ken, if you come here, it's going to be about 4, and we're about 4. So are there any questions before we get out of here? Any questions? I know Brother Andre's going to say, all right, you know we love y'all, but FY didn't eat. It's always me. He always blames it on me. FY didn't eat.
Oh, man.
Hey, you just brought up something about the nursing and stuff. There's a lot of people, they lost their jobs, and I don't know if the nurses hear this. Now, I hope they hear this though. It's a good, if you are either uncovered or you part of a family. I don't know what you got going on, but guess what? That's even a good time for families of faith to open up their doors or their lands to people. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm sure we would need those type of people. Of course, in the faith first, but you get what I'm saying? I just think it's time out for us to be playing around. We got to start hunkering down. We got to have some people that can actually help you fulfill the vision that y'all have given you. And some people out there in the world, they don't even have a place. Meaning they don't have visions. You get what I'm saying? They need places.
Yep.
That's just being honest. And a lot of times, like I say, well, I'm disagreeing with Brother David because this is so true. A lot of times we haven't even opened our doors, opened up our lands, even consider it because of, wanksters, these fake Israelites, these fake Bible believing people. But it's time out for playing around, man. I mean, when I look at it, and this is, I'm gonna just wrap it up with this. The title says, "Is your house intact?" That's a serious question we should be asking ourselves. And if it ain't intact, what are we gonna do about it?
Right.
That's it.
Is your family mind right? And what I thought about was leaders are supposed to be inherently visionary. Vision requires implementation and application. You got to be doing it. So that's important. Is your family mind geared towards your vision? Have you even talked about that? Do they even know what your vision is? Can they see you actually doing something?
Oh, man.
And lastly, winter is coming. Are you ready? Have you even prepared yourself?
Winter's
Can
here.
you right now? Can you make it through winter without going to Walmart, Home Depot, Sam's, your local grocer? Can you make it through winter right now with what you got inside the house? Good question. Something to think about. That's where we at. And we got to be moving with swiftness.
Yes.
Like there's no tomorrow.
Yes.
Hey, some people waiting on their ship to come in. Your ship is out there off the coast of California. It's anchored miles away from the United States, waiting to get to port. No, your ship is not coming in.
No. Your
That's
ship is having seawater splash all over the containers.
By the time it comes, you will not want anything to do with it.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Y'all gotta think about that. That seawater, that salt water that erodes shipping containers is splashing all over those ships off the coast. Guarantee you, there's some water getting in them containers. Brother Darrell said, according to Torah, can you have a servant on your land to teach you homesteading as well as learning just to give them a place to stay? According to Torah, what you do with your servant, the Bible, the law is really explicit on how you can or can't treat your servant. So if you bring somebody on as a servant to teach you stuff, there's nothing in the law that goes against that.
Right.
The Bible just tells you, just like a wife, the Bible tells you how to treat your wife. When people come with all these extra things, you can't do this and you can't. Where's it said in the Bible? Where's it said in the law?
That's it.
Because you're making the rest of that up. You can't have 2 wives. Where's it said in the law? You can't have 3. Where's it said in the law?
Ooh. Hey, you saw what Brother Alex said about the ship? Start swimming, mother sucker.
Brother Alex gonna put down the badge and acquire the hood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Mother Kate said the Hebrew way is to do first.
Oh,
so if you need a nurse, if she'll keep Torah on your land, she can become an Israelite through following your lead.
Oh man!
Wow.
There we go.
That's why a lot of women. I was gonna say, mother can't just put something down hard, because a lot of times these brothers be running around, and I'm not saying you go out there and just find any old woman.
Yes, sir.
But this is why I say I look for a woman that's submissive, because if she's submissive and understands her role, she'll understand I keep the law, and in order to be part of and stay part of my house, you're gonna have to keep it.
That's it.
If I walk that way, guess what way you're walking?
Same way.
That's right.
The same way. And you know what? Just being real, I am being real. A lot of these women that are new to the faith or not even in the faith, they understand that more than these so-called Israelite women in the faith.
Damn. You just burned the stream down right there.
Yes, sir.
all the long dress dragging in the mud, head covering sisters in here just went.
There's too much of that. I'm coming in, I got my head covering and my skirt together. Look at me, but you can't submit. So take your skirt off. What is that? How about this, sisters? What does the head covering even represent?
This outside of the cup is sparkling clean. Just don't look on the inside. It's never been washed. You sure you want to drink?
Man.
Doesn't the head covering represent your covering woman? Who would be who? Your husband? Your husband, right? So you wear the head covering in honor of your husband while you dishonor husband and everything else that you do. Sister
fashion
Lovely Duffy
show.
said it. She said it means submission. So it means submission while you rebel against your husband. So are you just defiling the head covering then?
Mm.
I'm just saying. I'm not into all that religion stuff. That's for all y'all. Y'all can keep all that.
Brother Alex, I'm leaving the stream on that. That's it.
I'm out too.
Man.
Brother Andre, you gotta leave. He said my wife is submitted and doesn't wear skirts most of the time. How about that?
Wow. I love y'all.
That's for real.
Oh God.
That's a shame, brother. That's a blessing, brother Alex. Hallelujah. But we don't have to worry about no road women being on the street, because that didn't shut it down.
Yep.
Man.
Yep.
Hey, brother Alex, mine don't wear skirts all the time either.
Neither do mine.
Or head coverings.
Or head coverings.
Neither do mine. We'll be out on this land working, and guess what? They won't have a head covering or a skirt. But yet, if I say, hey, I need y'all to come over here and do this real quick, they ain't lollygagging. They will actually run to where I am to assist me.
I like to be seeing some stuff.
I like to see stuff a lot.
And then when I say, hey, I need this or I need that, I want to be seeing some stuff. Like
I tell mine this.
Just said, you ain't lollygagging.
I tell mine this. Can you turn this into a skirt?
Oh man, a bandana, scarf.
This is as much as I want covered right here. Just that. I'm just saying.
Me too, brother. Yeah.
I mean, I am just saying, but that actually is what I do. Just so you know. So all you hyper-religious people, you can run back to your pastors and teachers and leaders and be like,
yep.
I can't believe what I heard. You can believe it. I said it. It's on the stream.
Yep.
It's right here on the stream. I said it so that you can go back to your leader and tell them. Woo.
Man.
I'd be like, I need y'all to plant these rows. There you go. Yes. Don't bend at the knees, bend at the hips. Bend at the hips is better for you. It's good for your health.
Yes, sir. Ain't it hot in this hoop house? Oh man.
Woo! Mine wears pants and does what I say. Sorry, religion. Mother K said, oversharing, LL. That's for y'all. Thank you, Mother K. Thank you. Sometimes we get a little bit off course and we need to be brought back.
Digress. We digress. Man, I hate religion. I just say that part. I hate religion. That's why I hate religion. Sharing this stuff just to for the over religious folks. Just
hey, you know Yeshua did that. You know Yeshua knew they were watching him. He was like, hey, watch this, Peter. I'm gonna grab this corn.
Yep.
David eating from the shoe bread.
Hey, yeah.
Look at it. Yeah.
Intentionally, and they were just over there stewing. He was like, you know, the guy came and said, you know, Father, I need healing. He was like, are the Pharisees watching? They were like, yeah. He was like, woo! Did they see that?
Yes, sir.
That's the way it is. You know, I'm bold about my love for Yah, I'm
Yes,
also
sir.
bold about my hate for religion.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
You know, a lot of people ask the question on the streams or in the channel or on emails, what religion are you? Nothing. I just follow the Bible.
That's it. Damn.
If you want to know, no, I am not a Hebrew Israelite.
We're not Power Rangers.
I'm not a Power Ranger. I may
Not
be a
races,
Hebrew, and by
apartment
belief,
dwelling.
there it is. I may be Hebrew, and by belief, Israel, but I'm not a Hebrew Israelite.
That's it.
I'm a believer.
Damn.
Same way Brother Alex is, Brother J.A. is, bare independent.
Hey,
I
we're
saw more in
disturbers of
Norfolk.
religion.
I ain't no religion.
Hey, maybe that's what we'll be. We're disturbers of religion.
Oh, I like that.
Yes, sir.
Oh, disturber of religion. Brother Isaiah 33:6, you asked what verse is that in? About a woman returning children back to their father or the next of kin. There is no verse. It's an understanding of the word. The children belong to the father. So by fact of a woman taking a man's property, she should return the children back to the owner of said property, being the children. So that's just recompense. That's just returning what it is that you have stolen. You know, the Bible says in Isaiah where he tells about he will put a new heart and new spirit in you. He says, return what you have stolen.
Mm.
If you haven't returned what you have stolen, and I'm just gonna go to the book so y'all can't say he's making it up. And then we're gonna get off this thing unless the brother's got anything else.
We done torched it up.
Yes, sir.
Sister Gal says Shabbat Shalom from Alex's wife.
Woo!
Shabbat
Shalom,
Shalom to the house of
Sister
Alex
Giles.
Giles, our beloved brother.
You say Giles, I say you say Giles. I say Giles. All right, let's go really quickly. Ezekiel 18. But if a man be just and do that which is lawful or right, and hath not eaten upon the mountains, neither hath lift up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, neither hath defiled his neighbor's wife, neither hath come near to a mistress woman, hath not oppressed any, hath not restored, hath not oppressed any. When you take another man's child, aren't you oppressing that man? And then you put him on child support, aren't you oppressing him? Hath not oppressed any, but hath restored to the debtor his pledge. That's recompense. Hath spoiled none by violence, hath given his bread to the hungry, and hath covered the naked with a garment. He that hath not given forth upon usury, neither hath taken any increase, that hath withdrawn his hand from iniquity, hath executed true judgment between man and man, hath walked in my statutes, and hath kept my judgments, to deal truly, he is just. He shall surely live, saith Yahweh Elohim. But if he begat a son that is a robber, a shedder of blood, and it goes into that. But it's telling you that if you have not done those things, you are just. So if you have done those things, what would you be? Unjust. If you have oppressed, if you have stolen, if you have not restored the pledge, you are unjust. Brother, that's Ezekiel 18. We read verse 5 through 10, but I would say read the whole chapter. So by taking something that is not yours, you are, yes, Mother Kate, yes, Ezekiel 18. You are oppressing somebody. If you take another man's seed, yes, a child is an increase. Yes, sir. That's an increase to who? The man or the woman?
The man.
The man. So by taking his increase, you have stolen. Therefore, you are unjust. So you must restore these things in order to be just again. So if you know you stole it from somebody, you can't just be like, well, I'm in the faith now. I get to keep it. You must restore back to them. You must restore them. Make them whole as much as you can. And by making them whole, you're actually making who else whole? You. You're making you whole. You're removing that curse off of you and your child. And if you really say, well, I want to be with my child, then Paul says, go and reconcile with your husband.
That's it.
So if you really wanted to be back with that person and want to keep the child, you go and you fulfill the obligation of being that man's wife or being that man's possession. But you can't take his possession and then say, I'm keeping it, but I'm righteous. No such thing.
Nope. It's a death penalty.
It's a death penalty.
It's man stealing.
That's kidnapping. But they say that's man stealing. You have stolen another man's seed. We need to stop looking at child trafficking, and we need to say the biggest child traffickers are women who steal their husbands' children. That's the number one child trafficking going on right now. And the system supports it because they actually pay the women for trafficking and kidnapping the children.
I guess we call that, instead of Amber Alert, a gold alert for the gold diggers. Gold alert.
Give that man back his seed and be blessed.
Well, he won't raise him. He won't raise him the way I give him his seed. Well, he's not in the faith. Give him his seed. Well, he might not do. Give him his seed. It's not yours, it's his.
Y'all didn't say it's okay to steal as long as it's from Walmart. You can steal, brothers, but just don't let it be from Israel.
Man.
He said, thou shalt not steal, which means if you had a child with a man that was not in his faith, that doesn't give you the okay. You can't turn something righteous because you feel like it. You should be worried about your own soul salvation. And if that means you have to give that child back to his father, now if the father says, I don't want that child, get the hell away from me. Now it's an orphan. Now it's an abandoned child.
Yes, sir.
Now what the Bible says, for us men, we are to be fathers to the fatherless and as husbands to the widows.
Right.
Be as husbands to the widows and as fathers to the father. That's not a fatherless child when you stole it.
Right. That's only if you have done your job to try to return that child to his rightful owner.
Yep.
Which is not yourself.
It's not you. So that's a painful conversation that we have to come to, but is that righteousness or not?
That's the book. That's righteousness.
Is that right ruling or not? And do y'all really want right ruling and justice, which is one of the definitions of righteousness? You cannot be a righteous woman without justice. You cannot be a righteous brother without justice. So if you're doing dishonor and injustices against your brethren, you are not a righteous man. You a liar. And the truth is not in you. I don't care how many head coverings you have or how sweet you talk. Yep. That truth, that Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, in you. In you. The spirit of truth cannot exist in you. See, you see what I mean by we like to kill religion? Pull them out. So the best thing that you can do if you don't like this is, as Brother David said, exit stage left and go to your favorite other channel. It's going to tell you it's okay. But we just read the Bible. Whoa, Brother Justin, I don't get to see my children nearly as much as I want and get to pay the beast $11.25 each month in support. Holy shit.
It's a wicked ass system, brother. It is a wicked ass system.
That's a wicked ass. And I'm going to be real, that's a wicked ass woman.
Yep.
I would not let a woman, any woman that was interested in me, if the father even said, I don't want the child, but I'll pay child support. No, he ain't.
Nope.
I don't want his money at all. But it's not for him, it's for the baby. So whose child is it? Is the child still his then? If he's getting child support, the child must be his. I'm not gonna be complicit in, first of all, men are men. I'm not gonna take another man's money. I'm not gonna thieve another man. If a man wants to be a pimp or a player or a thug, he's got the right to be that. And I'm not gonna take a thug's money to provide for my family. Let the nigga keep his money. Let him do what he's doing. I'm not trying to interfere in his game. That's his game. I'm from the streets. I understand that. I'm not gonna put salt on another man's game. If he want to be a thug, if he want to deal, he can deal. I ain't putting salt in his game. I just don't want his thug money either. No matter what you do, you can't turn that money righteous. And if the beast system is taking that money to give it to you, then what am I complicit in?
A part of the beast.
Part of the beast. Shabbat shalom, Mother Kate, and honor to your head elder, Joe Fox. That's so weird.
Yeah, I believe she called him Pastor Emeritus.
Uh-oh.
I think he said he still got a title, but no longer the duties.
Okay.
I have
Pastor,
to tell her to give us the nigga version. What that mean?
What is the we need it simple. What does
Yes.
emeritus mean?
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying.
Good.
Oh, man.
Lessons to the house of Pastor Emeritus Fox.
Absolutely.
Brother Ken said, so it's PEJF? I mean, just the reason that he even stepped down is honorable. You mean he's not trying to be in the forefront and have his picture on every slide during a sermon?
Oh, bam. Whoa. Yeah. Hey, we love y'all.
Yes, sir.
We
love y'all.
Yeah.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.